Never underestimate the power of body language. Yeah, I heard it. The inflection came through. Clear as day. It's me, Demon Dracula. I have stickers. They're loading. Give them a second. They're shy. Also, I need to go find some good music to listen to. I don't want to listen to this. Hold on. I want to listen to some nice music.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I'm Demon Dracula. uh, uh, the local dubdo. Local silly boy. Local, little gremlin. And I am currently holding up my stickers for you while I look through all of my music playlists, because I'm considering what to listen to. Because obviously I'm listening to music. That's like, that's, well, game music specifically. But which game music is the question? I got my Undertale music. I got Castlevania. I just got Nintendo. Oh, what's that one I was listening to? Hold on. I know one. I don't want that one. Where is it? No, I don't want cathedral music. Because I want to make sure all of the music here. Let me move this so I can actually listen and see you guys. Hello, blink, blink, blink. Because I have my stuff bookmarked. I like to bookmark my stuff. I don't put them in playlists. I just bookmark them because I'm old. Back in my day, YouTube didn't have playlists. You had to bookmark that shit and be grateful. Also, I can't see what you guys are saying right now because I am not looking. You know what? I have an idea. Hold on. Where is it? Get out of my way. Okay, hold on. I can look this up. I know what it's called and I can look it up. Yeah! There we go. We got the music going. All right. Hi, everybody. How you doing? Lilin! Thank you for the yeet and the sip. Thank you for reminding me to do my meds. Here's a looking section of fire. I'm looking now, Gil. Stomps out the fire. No, bad Gil. Bad. We don't set shit on fire. It's that guy I know. It's me. I'm Devin Devila. Also, hi, Miko. You know who I am. And Sugar Her. Grad's on first. It was Sugar Skull that got it. I'm so proud of her. She did it. She came right in, rolled behind Leon, and said, "Teehee, I'm first." Also, Sugar Skull, Grat's on the 20 stream streak. She's streaking! She's fucking streaking! Somebody come get her. Oh yes, they call her the streak. Yeah, Lilin is fluent in both tits and ass, apparently. Hi, Drea. Do you want on my head before we get started? Is that what you're saying? You want your spot? Right there. Oh. Your throne, madam. Between the ears. Alrighty. But yeah, let's take some meds real quick. I want to make sure I got my pills. Pills here. Jamming, don't mind me. I heard that Exxon Fortress. Yeah, you do. I just have video game bangers. That's what the playlist is called. So you're gonna hear some good music, but they're just called video game bangers. So I can't tell you exactly what music is what. All right, took my pills. Whew. Also, hi Renando, welcome in. Pet, 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 pet. Good mythical morning? Is that what you just hummed? Is that what I was humming? No, I was singing ba-da-da-na, da-da-da-da-da-da, and then I stopped myself because I realized I might get copyright. I don't know if we've heard that song. I don't have to try, I just do what I does. That fucking song? I don't know if anyone's heard it. I stopped my music so you could hear it. I think it's called Monster, but I don't remember who sings it. I'm also grabbing a book because today is going to be a very special day. Let me actually look that up real quick. I'm gonna go look the music. Because that music stuck in my head. Because I listened to it yesterday and now I'm just going, I'm a monster, I'm a monster. To flex those scores. Listen, I was a choir boy. I was a choir boy. I have pipes on me. I've never once been like, no, I'm not good at singing. I'm like, no, I trained for decades. I should be decent at least. Yeah, that tracks. Fight me. All right. I don't remember what playlist this was in. Was it in Bobby? Because I was listening to Bobby's playlist yesterday. Makes sense. What the fuck does that mean? You look like a choir boy. Damn. Damn. Amy, go have a good lurk. Hold on. I'm looking for my. I'm gonna only play a little bit of it so you guys understand what I'm doing here. Bobbert. Is it this one? Is it called Problem? I think the song is called Problem. Is it this is? It's very loud. Is this it? Yeah, it's this. Got everybody in love. I already know. All right, no more, no more of that. But yeah, no, that's the song that got stuck in my head. I'm a monster. I'm a monster. Roasted by the Tanuki and the Hellhound. Yeah, I was, but at the same time, it is a compliment. I worked hard for my vocals. I say work hard. It wasn't expected of me per se, but it does run in the family. One of my parents was a singer. My mom was a singer. Her mom was a singer. I'm pretty sure the other one, like my great grandma, was a singer. I come from a family of singers. Granted, they're mostly like church singers, but singers nonetheless. So I just kind of naturally gravitated towards that because that's what the family does. They are singers. I'm a monster. I'm a yeah. That was stuck in my head. So you got to hear that. You're gonna see your boyfriend today, Gil. That's so cute. Anyway, sorry about that. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Cute. Everyone's being cute and petting. All right. So first thing on the docket. Let's go over here. And let's go over the pieces that I've been doing. Oh, yeah, no. Desmond, remember as I was, and not when I was made of pizza. Yeah, Leon told me about the pizza incident. Are you okay? Hi, Laros. I'm good. We're goobers. I'm going to be doing something very fun today, though. I'm going to be taking pictures while I show you guys what I'm doing because I have something called a visual dictionary. You can't see it. It's in this. It's in this hand, but you can't see it because obviously the model doesn't have a fucking book to hold. But this is a book that you can go through, and it shows pictures, and it has the words in it's Japanese specifically. This one. Let me go through. It has the original kanji or hiragana or katakana of the word, and then it tells you what the word is in their language, and then it tells you what the word is in our language. So there's like this little symbol in the very first page. It looks like a weird cosine, and it's hito or people. or also person, because Japanese doesn't really have any plurality in their language. So if you say hito, it can mean person or people. Also nervous because it'll be my first time on a plane in like 15 years and my first time traveling on my own. Whoa. That's gotta be double spooky. Good luck though. You got this. I'm so full of cheese and sauce. Are your parents' last names Da Vinci? Because you look like a work of art. Thank you, Light. No. Last name is Dracula. Because I'm Desmond Dracula. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to be taking pictures of this visual book as we go along. Because obviously I can't hold it up to the camera and be like, can you see that? So I'll be taking pictures with my phone. I made sure it's fully charged, and I'm going to be posting it in the Discord live chat. If you're in Discord, you'll be able to go to the live chat and see. Also, I have changed Discord for those who don't know. Discord, our Discord server specifically, is 18 plus. If you are not 18 or older, fucking leave. That being said, I've also changed all the channels so that they're not age restricted anymore. We're 18 plus anyway, so there's no point in hiding it. But I did that because of the whole stupid age verification shit that might be going through in Discord. It's a shame I'm only 17.999999 years old. Well, shut up, you're almost as old as me. Yeah, you're 17.99999 years old and fucking elephant years. I don't know. Turtle years. Turtles live longer than us. But yeah, if you are in the Discord, you can hear me hiccup. No, you can go to the regular lounge category, and you can see people posting videos of Elizabeth Wheatley. She's funny. I love Elizabeth Wheatley. But in the live chat, I will be posting these pictures that I take of the book. 7.999999, you say? The hag tag. That is true. He's old. Lillian's an old lady, y'all. Look at him. You know what's really cool about you being he, she? I can say he is my mom, and it would all work. She is my dad, he is my mom, and it all works perfectly. Alright, let me actually go over here real quick just to make sure there's no dicks that are out. I will be sharing the dicks, by the way. You guys will get to see the penis. I've already shown it off once. In fact, a lot of people have seen the penis. Either way, I can tell you to clean your room. Hey, being bullied. Alright, so let's go back over here, because we're fine. Also, I don't know if anyone here has seen it, but I finished yesterday's art. Vinay is now fully realized, and he is in a maid outfit, and it's very pretty. I can show it off real quick. Here he is. Look at the boy! I had so much fun drawing this. Look at him. He's so pretty. This is my son, and he is pretty. Can I have Vinay reach something on the top shelf? It's way up there. Like, way up there. Why, Lillian? You want the skirt lifted a little? What's going on? Oh, big stretch. Oh. Alright, grab my pen. So, first things first, I can either confirm or deny. That's fair. But I do confirm, yes. Listen, we all want a little skirt action from Vinay. It's normal, it's natural. You're allowed. He's a good-looking guy. Alright, let me actually save some stuff I have opened here. Whenever I'm, like, not streaming, I dick around on the internet all day, finding art pieces or, like, sci-fi concepts, and I just start saving references. Like, I don't think you understand how many references I have saved to my folders. Spoiler alert, it's a lot. Anyway. That means I can close out some of this. Also, a lot of my references are for, making... What's it called? I'm blanking. Brushes. A lot of them are references for brushes that I want to make later. Like if I want to make, I don't know, a chain or something. Or a piece of hair. I'll find other pieces that already do that, and I will reflect it, but make it look like my art style so that it matches, it's consistent. Because the one thing about a lot of brushes is that they don't match my art style at all. So I make sure it does. Oh, also let me tell Blue Sky that I am live. I need to get better at doing that. Alright. Hee hee, thank you for the pet. A glue brush? Yeah, Wid's Worlding Builds Day? Yeah, it is, and it's also Vandal Day. Vandal Day. More like Bot Kissing Wednesday. Ooh, got him. Y'all are so fucking gay. Alright, let's tell people I'm live. Oh, if I could type correctly. There we go. Alright. Blue Sky should know I am up now. Yay. My phone keeps flicking at me. Shush phone! This ain't about you. Glue brushes are for the weak. That's true. I have actually not used a glue brush. I used one once. Because I wanted to see how it worked, and it was... It was kind of shit, not gonna lie. It didn't work the way I wanted it to, and it also, like I said, it didn't match my art style, so I'm like, fuck it, I'll just stick with what I know. So I did. Alrighty. First things first, we are going to cover their species sheet as a whole, and then we can... hold on, let me see if I can't blur this. I may just need to delete it for now. Or just make it not be able to be seen. I'll just do that. Alright, so I'm going to cover their species real quick so that we'll understand who they are as a people. Because some of them I drew off stream, and other times I drew it in streams where I wasn't even like doing world building. So we're going to take the opportunity to cover them really quickly. So these are the creatures that we're going to be discussing today and making a language for. I've been calling them the Catosians, but apparently there's also a word for them called Casalia or something like that. Casalia? Casalia? Let me look it up real quick. Casalia. It's like a word for a mermaid with tentacle legs. And I didn't know this word existed until I was just randomly dicking off one day. But Ceciliae, that's what they're called. It's someone with an upper body of a humanoid and the lower half of an octopus. And I'm gonna stick with the word Catosian. I like it. It was a play on the word Cetus, which is a sea monster, although Cetus is closer to a whale. It was the only reference I had at the time. Also, I just like the term Catosian, it sounds nice. But you can also call them Ceciliae. That is probably a close term. I have also recently come across the term Kraken, but I thought that was just a giant squid monster. I didn't realize you could use that as a word for octopus mermaid people. Apparently you can. I don't know who started that, but it's out there now. So whenever I say Catosian, these are the ones I'm talking about. These Cecilia-like, quote-unquote, Kraken-like people. And the way they work here, this is how they look. The females are huge. They're 9 to 10 feet tall. The males are only a meager 7 to 7'5", compared to the women. As you can see, the females have big old head crests on the top of their noggins, and the males, their head crests have folded over their head to act more like a helmet. Brain has ADHD moment. What we talking about? Oh, I'm going over my Catosian species real quick so that I can start covering their language. Smash next. Ah, yes, thank you, Lilith. But okay, here we go. So facial feature wise, let's go over here. This is how they look if you zoom in. You can see that this head crest, it's somewhat similar to hers, but the males have it to act more like a helmet, and it also sticks out over the nose a little more. And that has to do with protection. The females are notoriously more at home because they are territorial and aggressive and will beat your shit in if you walk in on their land. I say land. Their area of sea, I guess, and whatever piece of land that they've chosen for their tribes, because this is a more matriarchal society. The males, however, are slightly expendable and are sent out to go hunting, fight for territory, while the females sit in their cushy, water homes in their coral reef thrones and are like, yes, please fight for my entertainment. Their head crests reflect that. Now, that's not to say the females can't get the fuck down. I would want to say they are stronger just because they are bigger than the males, which means they have more musculature. Because look how fucking big she is. She could whoop the ass of, like, any dude. So if you see a female on the battlefield, that's how you know they are no longer fucking around. They are here for territory, and they are here to fuck shit up. That's also why they have these big-ass head crests. These are used purely for injury. Meanwhile, a male's head crest is made for protection. The ladies are the aggressors, the males are the tanks, basically. Smashed both. Excellent. We're males, ma'am. We're supposed to be expendable. Not to me. Aw. Lillian, you're not expendable to me, baby boy. Alrighty. So, facial features, they have 2 sets of eyes. Fun fact, we actually, in the early Cambrian explosion, there were a lot, I think it was the Cambrian explosion, there were a lot of species that actually had 2 pairs of eyes. For these guys, it has to do with needing front-facing eyes, because front-facing eyes has to do with hunting. They also have slit pupils to help hone in a little more. And then they have more side profile eyes to watch themselves for prey. But this also means they probably come from a planet where having 2 sets of eyes are very common. At least in the water. I also want them to come from a planet that's pretty much like a giant exoplanet that's made of water for the most part. Let me do this. I can't hear Cambrian. It's the Cambrian explosion! Yeah. That's all I hear. It's a... Oh, hello. Oh, no. Did you make Meaty Ball Sub? We once showed up with Meaty Ball Sub. Cute. Alright, so this is the kind of planet I see them coming from. Here's like the big water. The big water. Fucking shoot me. Let's make it. It is big water. I know Land Before Time! Leon's out here singing Big Water. Nummy, I miss having meatball subs. Yeah, because we have meatballs, but I haven't been making spaghetti. I've been too lazy to make spaghetti. So he showed up with some meatballs and a sub and mozzarellas. Because we also get mozzarella cheese because we make Lunchables pizzas. we make like pita bread and we buy pepperonis and we just make giant Lunchable pizzas because we're silly. Because we're still 10. It's the opposite of no balls. Yeah, he has all the balls. But this is how I kind of picture their land. It's mostly like a water world, and then they'll have like little bits of land here and there, but then they'll have basically like little islands. And I want most of the water to be very shallow. So they are probably living on a very shallow water world. Hold on. I think there's actually a planet I can find as a reference for this. Give me just a second. And this territory that they end up fighting over is usually like... They don't fuck around with the deep sea. I feel like the deep sea for them, there's not a whole lot of it. They can't live that far down anyway. And it's something I've thought about. These guys probably don't go too far down into the oceans. And the reason for that is we can't do that. And they are shaped similarly to us. So that would stand to reason that they probably have similar body structure to us, and if they were to go miles down into the deep sea, it would hurt them. It would hurt them very much. I need to probably figure out what the depths could be, like what's the limit that they could go. Bioscans detecting multiple Leviathan class creatures. Are you sure what you're doing is worth it? Yes, I'm jumping in. You can't stop me. I just realized, what would an underwater battle look like between two armies of the species? I'm just thinking giant cubes of squidmen. I could see it being cube-like, yeah. There could also be some sort of wall. I feel like, whenever, we think of two armies, we think of, like, rows upon rows of dudes standing there with a phalanx and ready to fight. These guys might go vertically. They might have, like, a wall-like formation instead of a horizontal formation. Shmeef! Yeah, he's got the shmeef. He's Arby's. He's got the meat. But no, I would definitely see them being like, oh no thank you, I'm full as fuck. I ate food. He offered me a bite of sandwich, but I'm so full, I think I'd throw up if I took a bite. Oh, but I could see them definitely having like a few columns in like a wall structure. Pincer maneuver, yeah. Alright, there we go. I was gonna look... Right, I was looking for a planet. I have a bunch of planet references saved for me to look at and draw later. And there was one planet that I found that I really liked. And I want to show it off. This music's cute. I think this is Animal Crossing, I believe. Open your mouth! Whoa! I'll take Desmond sub! Yeah. Just ah. Say ah, Lilith. Yeah, Lilith can have my bite. If I were to bite it, I would have been like... Brr. Okay, here we go. This is kind of how I picture their planet. Something kind of like this. Where it's got like... ringlets and stuff, and these are like really shallow pools that they like could live in, but they're not this big. They're a lot smaller. But this would be like a country-sized version of it, I think. There's another planet I could find that works. Let's see if I can't find it. Like I said, I dick around all day. I actually grabbed a lot of these from DeviantArt. And sadly, some of them are AI generated in that I didn't notice until later. Because generating a planet is not what I expected, but there it is. They're just here for references anyway. It's not like I'm using them. But I don't think the one I showed you was. It looked like it was from a video game render. And there's another one that I'm looking for that works really well. Me knowing there are giant squids down in the deep depths on this planet. Oh no, there's huge fucking squids on our planet. But those are squids that evolved on our planet to match with our conditions, and they're meant to be that far down. These guys are not. Well, not these versions of these guys, at least. I'm sure there's some version of themselves that can go that far down. Oh, that's right, Kepler. Kepler's a water world. Dude, what if they were on Kepler? Kepler 22b specifically. What if they were on that planet? Because we assume it is a water world. That's a very far fucking planet. That's a few years away for them. Does that mean there's giant squid women? Giant squidmen? Yeah! I'm sure there's like giant, like 20-foot tall squid women. It's just the version of these guys that I'm making are not that big. Dylan's hungry for subs, so I gotta throw you to him. Stealing from AI slop generators is always morally correct. I agree, as long as you're not the one who generated it. Because all of this shit I found on DeviantArt and Pinterest. And unfortunately, sometimes I'll find something and I'm like, ooh, that looks really cool. And then I'll look back and be like, oh, fuck, that was Jen. God damn it. Because I did that once. I saw a really cool picture and I saved it because I'm like, this is a cool reference. Oh my god, this has been... this is generated. This isn't a photo. I think it was a picture of an animal. I was like looking for... Which is dangerous. I do not like using photorealistic AI gen pictures at all for references because that shit gets stuff wrong all the fucking time. And it's very frustrating. I'm trying to find this fucking shallow planet that I was talking to you guys about. And I cannot find it. I cannot. I don't know where it is. Wait, was that it? I'm like scrolling kind of fast so that I can see better. Ooh, this! This. Okay, I believe this is not AI gen. This was made by a guy on DeviantArt. For some reason it's called Shiny Man. I don't know why. Oh, he has a lot of these. But I'm not here to promote any artists and whatever. I'm just here to show you this real quick. So this is how I see how their islands work. It's like mostly water, but really shallow water. You see how here this is a deep blue, but this is like a really light blue. It's almost like most of the land is underwater by like, I want to say half a mile at like most. And in the really shallow depths, it's probably like 50 feet. So a bunch of atolls. Yes, that's how I picture their planet. Very tiny island, nothing but gulfs. And what little land there is, they can walk on it because they've evolved to get away from the dangers of the water. They're like mud skippers. They live like a half-life between each thing. So, there we go. Once that is done, we can continue talking about their faces. So I wrote down everything, obviously. With their eyes, I wrote they have 2 pairs of eyes for better sight. The first main pair for front-facing eyes, and the second pair are semi-front, semi-side-facing pair. They have slit pupils that can expand and round out when they're stimulated or looking at something with a focused attention, just like a cat's. They evolved to escape the giant squimmen. They did. They escaped the squimmen. They're scared. Their head crest rests just above their eyes, as you can see here. Also, what the hell? Whatever. That's an error, apparently, but fuck it. Noses. You can see that they're very flat. The males have these thingies. The females do not. A cetacean has a nose, but it's slitted and very thin. They primarily use it to breathe it on land, and when underwater, it completely seals up from its unique nostril shape. Yeah, so these things just kind of close up whenever they're underwater. And, you know, it's because they... gross. It's because they, don't want to get water in they lungs. Alright, down to the mouth. Blah, 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 blah. A cetacean's mouth is flexible and fleshy, just like most humans, aka, you know, they're real good at kissing. But their teeth and tongue are actually an evolved beak and radula. Their teeth are one piece of bone, a beak that has flattened with their mouth and face over the course of their evolution, and has since grown serrated. This keeps the beak from being broken and unusable. The tips of their beak are still venomous, but it's not deadly anymore, just irritating or numbing. So basically, they can still... Lillian, use your words! Their tongue is an evolved radula that is used to pick up food easier, but has since lost its more spiky nature and is now more of a squishy, nubby sensation. Basically, this used to be able to just rend flesh, but nowadays it's pretty harmless. They don't need it for that anymore. So it's started to dull out. I think I have bovid. Uh-oh, are you okay? Please don't actually have bovid. That would suck. That would suck for real, for real. Alright, so a Catosian's ears are nothing more than small holes. This music's actually kind of loud for my little ears. It's joke. Okay, good. I just don't want you to be actually sick. I'll be sad. I'm gonna turn down the music just a little. There we go, so I can think. A Catosian's ears are nothing more than holes and are able to close up completely when they're underwater, just like their noses. They are normally unseen since their tentacles on their head typically grow so long it shields that part of them. So these tentacles are like being pushed away so that people can see the ears. But the ears are usually about right here. And they're just tiny little ear holes that they can close up. I have the curse of old back hurty. I feel that. Alright, next on the agenda. Catosians also have a head crest that acts like a giant bone skull of some sort. Why did I say of some sort? Whatever. It gives protection to the cranium and is attached to the skull inside. It's like an extension of the skull. The males typically have a head crest that's grown to wrap around their head for a more helmet-like shape. The females typically have a head crest that grows upright and is a lot larger than a male's, which we already covered. And we explained why. Males are always getting thumped, females are aggressive. Females will head clash with each other while males are protecting themselves and are more like scouters. Alright, hair. That's technically this. A Catosian doesn't have hair, but instead has a series of small tentacles that grow out of from their cranium. The tentacles have muscles, but they're much weaker than the rest of them, only having a loose ability to move, but doesn't have enough strength to carry anything of substantial weight. Basically, they can move them, but not very well, and they're not strong. They could be in the equivalence of strength to that of a finger, but without the bone structure. Basically, whatever you can lift with your finger, they could probably lift with that. So, you know, they can move a piece of paper around, or maybe wrap it around a pencil, but anything heavier than that, it probably starts getting to be a struggle. They're a little weaker than this and cannot be fully controlled by the Catosian. Right, the tentacles will actually move on their own sometimes. These tentacles will continue to grow for the rest of their lives. With their body frame, you can't see it because I didn't draw it. I never draw the body frame, it doesn't matter. But it is an endoskeleton, but not a full skeletal structure in terms of like arms and legs. Barrow. They obviously have a skull and they have a head crest that's part of that bone structure. They also have neck muscles and neck bone, and they probably have a partial spine. But they do have a few bones coming off from that area. Other than that, though, they don't really have bone. Once you get to about here, there's no more muscle, or there's no more skeleton, it's just muscle. You know that feeling you get when you're so excited you feel like you're going to throw up, but you don't care? I'm like 20% of the way to that. You mean that like super excited feeling? Yeah. Also, they do have some bone structure in their fingers and arms, but they're more like... They're not straight like ours. We have like two bone structures. We have the upper arm and the lower arm. Theirs would be a lot more segmented than that, probably about 5 or 6 times. And then the tentacles themselves, they are just pure fucking muscle. They don't have bones in theirs. The average height for females is 9 to 10 feet, and the average height for males is 7 to 5 feet. Yeah, he got tattled on. The average weight for females is around 550 to 600 pounds. They are big mamas, and the average weight for males is 320 to 350 pounds. And the reason they weigh so much is one, they're tall as fuck. Two, they have they have 5 pairs of extra limbs to do with Lorg women. So they have a lot more body parts to account for, so they're very heavy. Common builds, aka body structure. The Catosians are typically very muscular, both in torso and in all of their arms and tentacle legs. So you can see they've kind of got abs going on. But also their tentacles are extremely muscular too. So this guy is both strong here and also in his arms. He's got a similar-ish muscle structure to us in his arms, at least in the upper part. The lower part becomes a lot more tentacle-like. And then the other tentacles are just straight up pure tentacle. Like, they're all muscle, definition. His limbs. The Catosians have 1 pair of arms with hands on them. You can see here. They have a second pair of arms that are just tentacles, which is what these are. And this is the reason why they only have 3 fingers. They don't really need any more. These are just for gripping. And then these extra pair of arms that they got going on are more for reinforcement. They have 8 more tentacles that act like legs and propulsion when in the water. They can walk with them. They can't do high 5. They can't. They only go high 3. I'm sorry. Fuck. No, babe. They do high 3 like this.
They fucking suck.
No, give me. High 3.
You're saying?
High 3.
No.
You're not gonna give me a high 3. You're just gonna leave me hanging?
Yeah. That fucking proper high 5. Like gentleman. I'm trying to fucking sandwich out spaghetti sauce.
Leon hates me. He didn't want to give me a high 3. But yeah, they only have 3 fingies. See? So, hands, body features. A Catosian's hands are uniquely designed to grab differently from that of a human's. Because they have 2 pairs of arms, this means that the finger and palms can be less developed than that of another hand that might have 4 fingers and a thumb. Instead, they have 2 thumbs on either side of their hand and a large middle finger. It mostly acts like a claw when grabbing something, and uses their second tentacle arm as a firm grip for whatever they need to hold on to. Doesn't one so small, it's more like a high 1.5. I'm leaving. I'm being roasted. He asked for a high 5 and they gave him a high 3. I gave him that Vulcan 5. Can you guys do the Vulcan thing? Anyone here can do the Vulcan thing? Come on, do the Vulcan thing. What do you mean no? We once said no. Vulcan. Oh, it didn't pick up on this hand. Interesting. Oh, because my glove. Yeah, it was my glove throwing it off. Vulcan. Yeah! Alright, so their feet. They don't have feet. A Catosian doesn't have any legs or feet to speak of, and instead they have 4 pairs of tentacles that come down from their hips and torso. These appendages are strong muscular structures with suction cups on the underside. These 8 appendages are mostly used for moving in the water, but they've developed to also help them crawl on land. That's what we're looking at right here. This is their, technically, feet. And this is what they look like. And they just kind of scootle. They just kind of scootle across the sand floors and the beaches. I'm not showing you these pictures, but they're right here. You don't need to look at them here, though. You know what they look like by now. It's been seen and liked over 30 times. Where Ping is! You know what? This will be my first upload to live chat. How about that? I'm going to send you guys the Pingus. Alright, where are my Catosians? There you go. So these are the 2 pictures that you can't see. They are now posted in live chat. I should have... Hold on. I'm going to spoiler them. I should probably not just have dicks just out there. Just in case people go there and, like... they don't want to get slapped by it. Okay, there we go. So I'm gonna call it Catosian genitalia, and that is what they look like if you are in our live chat. Jump scare! Yeah, I don't want to penis jump scare you. That's what's in the next part of the sheet, and that is what you see here, but you cannot see it on twitch.television. You must be in the 18 or older Discord. Fish wee wee! Just a wet fish plop penis. Yeah, penis. A Catosian, this is going to sound so fucking clinical, by the way, because it's what it is. But just know I'm talking about dicks. Who's out here making fun of the dicks? Lilith! Lilith posted a fucking, what is that creature? Cecil, you're a creature. A brontosaurus. Listen, just because they look like a funky blue giraffe doesn't mean nothing. Alright. A Catosian's genitalia, regardless of sex. Cecil! You are so sleepy! I don't think any of y'all heard that, but he yawned when he meowed and he just went. 8 legs, 7 vaginas, maybe more. Imagine the possibilities. The fucking comic is wild. I always quote, like, him playing the flute badly and her, oh my god, I can't not fuck him. It's so fucking funny. Every time a character or something happens that's just really stupid in a story, I'm like, oh my god, I can't not fuck him. It's fucking hilarious. 7-way penis storm. Oh no. Multi-attack. Oh no. Cecil, can I make fucking help you? Hold it! Oh, I see. He wanted on your desk. Alright, so, back to what we were doing. A Catosian's genitalia, regardless of sex, is all internal until the point of arousal. Basically, it's just a seam. It's just sitting there underneath their tentacles. They keep their tentacles closed, which makes it really easy to keep that shit, like, you know, hidden. When a female is aroused... I'm going to be using a lot of technical terms, by the way. This is not going to be sexy at all, unless you like scientific definitions for shit. When a female is aroused, I'm going to say they, by the way, their labia majora loosens and reveals the blue insides of the labia minora, as well as the entrance to the vagina. The labia minora is large and frilled, each end being a sensitive nub that can stimulate the female during coitus. Rock hard! Lilin, aw yeah, use those research terms for me. Let's see. Sensitive nub that helps stimulate the female during coitus. This helps to drop eggs so that they can be fertilized easier. Basically, if you stimulate the female, more eggs will be produced, will drop into the uterus, and can be fertilized. When a male is aroused, their penis unsheathes along with the tendril-like fronds that come out from the bottom. These are used to help stimulate the frills of the female's labia minora. The head shape is used to cap the female cervix and keep all materials inside. When they both orgasm, the eggs are guaranteed to be dropped into the uterus, and the male's penis head swells slightly to keep the sperm from escaping within. Can I help you, child? Their frills and fronds also interlock and grip each other, essentially knotting until coitus is complete, picking up a kitty cat. All of this is located under their pairs of tentacles, which they have 4 of, just underneath their torso. They also have an anus that's separated from their genitalia, so no, oh no, my brain, it starts with a C. No cloacas here, y'all. I was contemplating either making it separate or making it a cloaca, and Salem himself said, keep the butthole, it looks funny. So I did. So this is a species that has a separate track for both. It's really funny. No squid cloaca, squeaca. Because of how their seams are and how their tentacles are positioned, forced entry is impossible between both sexes. Basically, it's... you can't. Everything must... Oh! Cecil's being mean! Cecil, are you being mean? Hi, handsome. But basically, everything must be consensual, and both parties must have orgasm in order for there to be baby making. So this is very much a hyena society. After that, we talk about other parts of the body, which is the gills. Cetosians have gills that line the sides of their neck. These let them breathe underwater when they keep their mouths and noses closed to not breathe it in directly. The gills are usually so large they stick out of the slits that they breathe from. Some can stick up while others lay flat or down on the body, depending on genetics and ethnic phenotype groups. And then we go over color, which y'all should... There it is. So this is the color for pretty much all of them. This is their skin tone. And a Cetosian skin tone comes in at least 2 colors. They have the underside of their skin, which will always be the lightest tone on them. For these guys, you can see it's like a white. The darker skin tone is the overside, similar to that of most sharks and octopus. So you can see, like, on the top side of their bodies, it will always be a darker shade. This rule is universal. However, they might not always have stripes. So sometimes they might come out without these. These stripes might be gone. A third darker skin tone can also be seen commonly as stripes, spots, or other forms of pattern on their skin, though this isn't always guaranteed. They can come in various shades of gray and beige, which is what we're seeing here, from very light to very dark. There it is. They are commonly seen in more open waters and shallow crags. Basically, these guys are located in flatter areas near stone, like coves and stuff. The red, orange, and yellow shaded ones are commonly from coral reefs of a similar color. Basically, these guys, these 3 colors, come from coral reefs because they blend in a little better. Teal and blue colored ones come from open waters where the oceans are deeper. So there are some that can go deeper, but they don't go that much deeper. And this is to protect them, keep them camouflaged. These are their eye colors. These are the most common. These are kind of rare, and these are pretty rare. But it also depends on your ethnic group, your phenotype. As for hair, same thing. It's these. It's all the same skin tone. As for their head crest will never be these 2 lightest colors. It will always be a darker shade, as you can see. And the head crest will always be really close, if not the exact same, with the stripe or spotted patterns that they have on their bodies. So this is the same color as these stripes. Biology. Terrestrial comparison. I've been comparing them to squid people, so squids. But I've also given them head crests that I call a ceratops head crest. My Taramians also have these. And they're really fun. They're really fun to have on. Blood color. Their blood color is copper-based, so it's blue. They are also cool-blooded. Understand I didn't say cold-blooded. They've got like this semi-warm, semi-cold thing going on. They're not completely cold. They're not like snakes and certain lizards, but they are cooler. And they will seek out warmth. Evolutionary track. The Cetosians started off as a mollusk-like squid creature with a bone in their heads that slowly stretched down into a torso over the course of millions of years. Their head bone grew stronger and made a head crest for protection. As the waters also had other species evolve, they learned to walk on land to escape the dangers that other species posed to them. That was their evolutionary line. For us, it was more like, okay, and then we got out of the trees slowly. Okay, and then we went back into the trees for a bit because, you know, giant cats are going to eat us. Okay, we came back down, and now we're learning how to walk, and now we're learning how to stand up straight. These guys were like that, but coming out of the water. Their senses. Breathing. They have 2 ways of breathing. The first is through noses and mouths when on land. They take in air, just like most land-walking creatures, into their lungs, directly through their nose and mouth. Basically, they can... just like us. The second is through their gills, only when they're underwater. When swimming, their nasal passage and upper throats naturally close, and their gills take over completely to help them filter oxygen from the water and pass it into their lungs. So when these guys go underwater, these muscles just kind of contract and don't let them, like, breathe. Because if they did, they would drown. Fun fact. If they were to try and breathe through their gills on land, it would burn and sting and would suffocate them. Conversely, if they were to breathe through their nose or mouth underwater, they would drown themselves. Their bodies were built to breathe on both, so they instinctively know when to close which parts of their throat so that this doesn't happen. It's very instinctive. They're not going to just drown casually. Like, something would have happened to them in order to have them suffocate or drown, depending on, like, what it was. Seeing! Obviously, they can see with their fucking eyes. A Gatosian has 2 pairs of eyes with a slit pupil each. The frontmost part of their eyes lets them see what's directly in front of them, like all predator animals. The second pair of eyes are farther on the side of the head for more range. Hearing. They can hear, though not as well as other species you find on land, because, you know, they are water creatures first. They didn't fully evolve to hear until they started walking on land and realized they needed to hear. They can still pick up and memorize sounds that they hear. Now remember that. They can memorize sounds. I use that for a very specific reason. And that reason will be coming up soon. Smelling. They can smell, but not at the rate of a regular mammal, and must try to compensate by either having more potent scents, or by getting close to something to smell it properly. Because, you know, once again, just like their ears, they didn't need to smell underwater. But as they started moving onto land, they slowly started to develop these senses. Tasting. A Catosian can taste using their mouth and from some of the spines on it, but not, the spines on their tongue. I should say on their tongue instead of it. See, this is why I do this. So I can correct myself. It's not as strong as a usual mammal. They usually eat their food raw, since most of their hunting is done against other water life. Occasionally they will enjoy chewing plants for their flavor with their raw food meal to taste something while eating. Basically, they can't taste super well, but they can taste, and they mostly eat their food raw anyway. They also can't cook, for obvious reasons. Half of the time they live underwater. Also, we have ads coming, so I will actually be right back. Enjoy the music while I go visit the little battler's room. Hello? I'm back. Where's the music? That was fucking weird. I'm gonna do this real quick, actually.
Anyway, hi guys, I'm back.
And welcome back from ads. Alright, let me get my glove on and we'll continue what we were reading. So last time we talked about their taste, their sense of taste, and their sense of touch. They have a sense of touch much like a human's, their skin able to feel like any other creatures. They have less feeling in the tendrils on the top of their head, and they can barely feel when their head crest is touched.
Cecil, you were the whiniest little baby. I'm allowed to talk about this stuff.
Alright, any other senses? None. They don't have any sort of like psychic senses. They don't. Well, we'll get to that. Communication. This is what we'll be working on today. Catosians don't have vocal cords of any kind, and as such, can't talk or communicate verbally. They can still hum and make certain noises, but they can't talk like a human can since they lack the ability to. In order to talk to each other, they've developed telepathic abilities early in their evolution. Because they've developed this communication underwater, there was a higher need for telepathic waves rather than sounds, although they can still make some singing sounds similar to that of whales. These sounds, however, cannot carry very far since they aren't the size of a whale. They're not all that big, they can't make big noises. But they can make these, it's kind of like us whistling to get someone's attention. They could probably make a little whale sound, although it wouldn't be nearly as deep, to get another's attention from very far away. Because their language developed as a telepathic set of signs instead of sounds, they speak to each other in pictures. The pictures have changed and warped over time, and their writing system reflects how they all see it. Some may have different style of pictures, which could be considered their different voices, but they can all understand each other for the most part. Their telepathy can be picked up by any creature or species with the mind capable of seeing it, including most sapient species. So these guys can talk to other races, but they only do it in pictures. Oh, are you holding your boy? Kiss a boy. Oh, cute. Now, understand that they can also replicate sounds with their mind. They can still hum and sing with their voice, their chest, but they don't have the vocal folds that lets them blah 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 blah. They can't, they can't talk. They can still go They can still hum, but they don't have the range of vocal cords like we do. That being said, they can hear sounds. If they heard me talking right now, they'd be able to pick out the sounds with their ears, and they'd be able to replicate the sounds with their brains. So this is how some of the Catosians have actually learned how to talk to other species. They've used their brain stems.
Cecil. Oh, a sniffer.
Cecil is hovering Leon.
Because he's a freaking dad's boy. What? What do you want from me? No. No!
Tried to drop my shit. Anyway, so that is what we're going to be focusing on today. Their means of communication. I just wanted to go over all of that stuff so you guys understood who these are as a species. I have a lot more information on them. Basically, I discussed their locomotion, but we'll go very quickly because I want to start the language very soon. Their locomotion, basically, they can walk on land, they can swim in water, they're very good at it. Sleep cycle, it takes about 7 to 10 hours for them to sleep. Their planet is got a few more hours of daylight than ours does. The way their chromosomes work in reproduction, females have ZW, males have ZZ, meaning males are the homogametic sex of the species. Homo meaning, the same, and gametic meaning gamete. So, just like how in humans, females are the homogametic species and males are the heterogametic species, these guys are the opposite. Females have different chromosomes, male have 2 of the same. Because of this, the female chromosome tells their body to do certain things that males will never develop for. So when humans are developed, we all start off female as a, I don't want to say zygote. Well, would it be a zygote? Basically an unfertilized egg. We are all technically holding female DNA, and that is it. And this is why males have nipples. This is why males have an areola, because it's the Y chromosome that tells the body to start changing into a male body. For these guys, it's the opposite. So that means anything different that a female has, a male never developed. So females have breasts and areolas, which I have hidden. Males didn't develop those because it's in the or it's in the W chromosome. Same thing with the head crest. The female Z chromosome or W chromosome told this head crest, "Keep growing up, sis. Keep going." Meanwhile, these guys did not have any, so that's why sexual dimorphism is actually very different when it comes to certain species. Oh, my music. Oh, it's because it's not playing anymore. Hold on, I have an idea. Why? Shoo! I don't want ads. Shoo! Get out of here. No one wants your shitty ads. This playlist is really good. There we go. So, because that's how the chromosomes work, usually creatures with females who have homogametic chromosomes, the sexual dimorphism isn't nearly as different, I've noticed. Meanwhile, the ones that do have heterogametic females, there's a lot more of a difference. Granted, this isn't a hard and fast rule, it never is. I will save. But, like, if you look at birds, for instance, there's a lot of birds where the males are just these big, flamboyant pretty boys, and the females are just brown. And they sit in the grass and they hide. They also have this whole thing with their eggs going on. There's actually a very crazy evolutionary battle going on with their egg colors. Because some bird species actually have to deal with something called a cuckoo bird. And the cuckoo bird is known for replicating the color of eggs of the bird species that they were basically invading. Because cuckoo birds lay eggs in the cuck bird, yeah, the asshole bird. They lay the eggs of their babies in someone else's nest, and then they fuck off. And then that cuckoo baby, when it hatches, actually has the instincts to push out the other bird babies. Like, it's a fucked up little species. And it forces that original bird parent to just feed the invasive child. So there's a lot going on in the animal kingdom that plays with it. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. No. There's a lot of like different species that plays with what chromosomes can do, because it's the female's W chromosome in birds that changes egg color. So if it's a female cuckoo laying the eggs, and it's a female other bird's nest that she's laying her eggs in, she will remember what bird species took care of her. So she knows what bird species to predate on. And because of that W chromosome, her eggs have also slowly evolved over the course of this evolutionary battle to look like that specific species' egg. It is wild. But that's just one example of what that shit can do. It's really cool. Alright, so, sexual dimorphism. Big whammin'. Females are responsible for providing genetic material in the form of an egg. They typically have white hips, a pair of breasts, and are much larger than a male. Their head crests stand up vertically and are much longer than a male's, thanks to their W chromosome. Males are responsible for providing genetic material in the form of sperm cells. They typically have bigger shoulders and are much shorter than a female. Their head crests fold over their head horizontally like a helmet. Reproduction. You inseminate internally. The gestation period takes 13 months. And there's like usually 3 to 6 eggs if, everything goes correct. Birth, the eggs stay in the female for most of their life. And then about a week before the babies are ready to be pushed out, they actually start hatching. Menopause. Okay, so I actually wrote out something for this. Cetosians experience menopause the same as other species, but not at the same rate or same reason. Instead of having a monthly excursion where the female drops an egg out of the body on a regular basis, the Cetosian instead reabsorbs the eggs that weren't fertilized if they happen to drop into the uterus. This happens with some species where they'll just straight up either eat the eggs or they'll just reabsorb them. The most effective way to have eggs enter the uterus from where they are developed in their version of ovaries is to arouse and stimulate the female until they orgasm. If a male orgasm right after or before them internally, fertilization has a higher chance. Suck that baby right in there. However, the eggs that drop and are not fertilized are taken back into the body for nutrients and for remaking more eggs later. However, as the female gets older, this process becomes rougher on the eggs that they generate. They don't hit menopause, but less eggs get made until they reach an age where no eggs are made at all and can't drop into the uterus to be fertilized. This happens during late adulthood to early elderhood. Basically, when she reaches the ripe old age, like 60, by then she's probably not making any more eggs. And by the time she passes, I want to say like the 50 to 55 year mark, she's probably making less and less. Because remember, the eggs are generated, and when they're made, they are given a set time to drop during like sexual intercourse. However, not every sexual encounter ends up making her pregnant. In fact, that would be fucking wild. So then the eggs are just reabsorbed and then remade later. But this reabsorption and remaking process starts to take a toll on the body by the time they hit their 50s. By the time they're like 60 to 65, they can't do it at all anymore. Offspring! Typically, a Cetosian can have 2 to 3 babies per birth, with the infertile eggs having long since been absorbed to be used again at a later time. Lifespan. They can live up to about 130 years. Their life stages. We have the fetal stage, the infant stage. I can show them off here real quick. Hold on. Let me do this. Their stages. This is their fetal stage, where they're little baby egg. And then they slowly grow into an embryo, and then a fetus, and then they hatch on the inside, and then they are quickly given birth to. Here's the little infant. You can see that they are very squid-like. I didn't write anything out for these guys. I just plugged in the pictures, but that's fine. You can see that they don't even look like their parent. They look very different, which I wanted to explore. We have toddler, where they start scootalooting around like a Roomba. These guys are fully aquatic, by the way. Infants do not leave the pool for the first year or two. When they finally reach proper childhood, they are starting to walk and learning how to scootaloot around properly. Squid. Are they a squid or a kid? And then when they hit pubescent age, that's when their details start changing. You can see the male's head crest is folding over, the female's head crest is starting to stand up. The female has started to develop breast tissue, and the females are also starting to get bigger. This is when they start to get big. You can't see it with these guys because up until about here, they're the same height anyway. But this is about when the females start to just get those little bumps, get those little height difference. When they're a teenager, you can see that the head crest is now almost fully formed. This is when the females are fully realized height. They become like 9 feet tall, huge. And then here's the elders. After adulthood and they become old, the head crest is probably chipping here and there. It's a little more dulled. Their nails are also a little more dulled. Their arms and their tentacles and the muscles in their legs are a little wobbly looking. It's probably a little squishier than normal. Maybe a bit more fat content on them. They also have wrinkles. Granted, not like the way we do. They don't have as much wrinklage, but they also have a bit of wrinkling and lightning scars on their tummies. See, he's also kind of chunky. They've lost their muscle structure, and they're starting to become fat and happy, basically. Also, it's typically common for females who have had multiple eggs grow inside them to get that little baby bump, the little baby fupa, the little natural blumbus that ladies get like in their 50s to 60s after having a few kids. You know what I'm talking about. That post mama gut. And that is their stages. After that, I write down their species relatives, which they are related distantly to the nautiloids. We know what the nautiloids are. They are these motherfuckers. Here they are. They're distantly related to these guys. These dudes are also fucking huge, as you can see. The females in this are actually just a little bit bigger. See? By just a little bit. The males are smaller. But they have tentacle hair, and these guys also have 2 fingers and a thumb. Now, these dudes obviously has 2 thumbs and a finger, but you can see, yeah, the squid foopa, the squoopa. I hate this. I am leaving. Okay, so stream's done. I gotta go. No, you can also know that these guys also have a beak-like teeth, just like these dudes. So, you can see how they evolved. They also have, like, the black eyes. These guys have fully black eyes. These guys still have their irises. But they also still have that head crest. You can't leave until we talk about the squid milk. They can make squid milk. Why do you think the ladies have boobs? And they have nipples. They can make squilk. Because they move on land. So they have to feed the babies. They have a very, turbulent life where they go back and forth between water and land, so they need to be able to be mobile with the food for the babies. Progenitor species. No one fucking knows who the progenitor of all the fucking water creatures are. So in Eldritch Nova, there's this running theme where people assume or think that all species have been made by another species. Now, the only reason they think that is because their Drakkar, these crackheads, made the Saurians in their image, as you can see. They look pretty similar. And they also made the Sasani. So the Drakkar are out there seeding planets with their DNA and going, okay, let's make servants for ourselves in a few million years. And they've already done this to dozens of planets. The fact that these are non-playable species is a crime against me specifically. You're fine, Lilin. You're fine. Also, you already have 2. You already have 2 species. You already have 2 characters. So that has nothing to do with you. But yeah, so everyone just assumes all species have some sort of progenitor, but they don't know how or why or who. The Catosians are some of those. They don't know if Catosians have a progenitor or who they could possibly be. The Nautiloids are like, yeah, we didn't do it. You took my only squid mommy and now I'm gonna starve. Lilin, they could just be an NPC later. Silly. You gotta find the squid mommy first. Alright, so when I say progenitor species, that's what I mean. It's like the parent species. Hybrids, I haven't written down yet because I don't know. I haven't seen any successful hybrids yet. We've talked about their planet. It's mostly a water world with like little rings of banks here and there, probably of like old volcanoes. And then very shallow waters. And I'm talking like it goes down like 50 feet. Like it's very shallow. But then after a while, after like going a few 100 miles away from these atolls, you said, then it drops into the deep ocean, and they don't go that far. They don't fuck with that. So yeah, that covers their habitats and their biomes. Predators wise, they don't really have too many anymore. They do still have to watch out for giant fish-like creatures that will try to eat the crap out of them. But they'll also just eat them back, so, you know, it's a rough life. They don't really migrate other than going back and forth between sea and land. Land is used more like a neutral territory, where... I'm covering them in paint, I see. Are you okay? Ow! Ow! I'm sorry, honey. But yeah, migration-wise, they don't like have a compulsion to migrate, but they do go to land and sea just as frequently. They take trips. Phenotype groups. I've already gone over those. There is the open waters sort of people that live in like the sides of mountains and in burrows of like caves of the ocean. And then there are those that live among the coral reefs. There's also those that live in the deeper recesses of the water, and they're more blue, but usually they don't go farther than that. Ooh, cracked open a cold one. Nice. Sends the cat into Zoomy. Let me look at he. Oh, he's doing the opposite of a Zoomy. He's doing a lay. He's doing a charging.
Dude, Cecil could cosplay.
What's also cosplaying?
As fucking Jet.
Jetpack kitty.
Oh, we could, huh? He Cecil could be Jetpack Cat. Alright, so the final thing is social dynamics, and I'm going to cover this real quickly because I didn't draw it yet. It's still being worked on. So as you can see here, I have expressions going on. Let me do this. So this is how their expressions work. Now, I wanted to play with the whole tentacles thing, because they don't have eyebrows, and they can't really scrunch their nose either because they have that big ol' like head crest holding onto their nose. So they mostly show expression with their eyes, mouths, and their tentacles. So when they're just chilling, this is their neutral expression. They're just kind of chilling. They're just looking, they're just vibing. Whenever they're happy, everything pulls up, including their tentacles. Their tentacles raise naturally, float around them very happily. Their lips don't curl as much as ours. It's not as expressive, but their eyes are very expressive. If they're extremely happy, their eyes will be closed, kind of like a cat. Whenever they're sad, everything droops. Their mouths droop, their eyes droop, like everything gets very weepy looking. Everything looks very wilted. When they're angry, everything gets spiky. Their eyes turn into slits, their tentacles just kind of like stiffen so it looks sharper, and they just get more spiky looking, as you can see. They got coochie! Yeah, they do got coochies. We once said they had coochies. Whenever they get surprised by something, their tentacles raise and they you know, everything gets a little wider. But it's not nearly as bad as when they get scared. When they get scared, everything rises and they look a lot more angry because they're trying to, like that, they're trying to scare off whatever is freaking them out. So their nostrils flare, their teeth show off, their eyes widen really hard. Thank you for the pet, Blubbo, and the sippy. I will get a sippy. So I'm going to be drawing these later, after stream probably, but right now I'm going to be focusing on language. And then disgust. Everything kind of pulls in. Kind of like how whenever you're grossed out, your eyes squelch, your mouth's like, meh, and your nose, like, scrunches. That's kind of what their tentacles do. Their tentacles kind of, like, scrunch around their head, and they're like, gross, don't, you know. And their eyes get squintier. And then finally, flirting. Whenever they're flirting, they get very gentle-eyed, and their tentacles start to do these, like, little curls. They, like, start curling around. But the tentacles on their head also start slowly leaning and reaching towards whatever is their object of affection. So if they're talking to you, you can definitely tell they're flirting, because the tentacles just start kind of, like, pointing at you. Trying to, like, almost envelop your head. So, yeah. And I hope I included all of the proper facial expressions. I wanted to include the 6 that I know. You know, happy, sad, angry, surprised, feared, grossed out. But I also included neutral and flirty. I don't think I really need any more than that, though. Otherwise, I'd be here all fucking day. Besides, most expressions can have some sort of combination of these 8 anyway, so, you know. But that is how they work. Personality-wise, they're just like us. They have the same personalities. Social group, they are very social. They spend time in colonies just like we do. They hang out with each other. And they are, I would like to think they're also kind of hierarchical. Because of the head crest on their, coming off of their head, it shows off what their mother was, who's their mom, and that tells you who the matriarch or the house you're from is. So it's very hard to get out of a certain house because you have the head crest. Females will always be relegated to their mother's house because they share the same head crest as their mother. Males can kind of move up or down in the world a little more. They are not stuck per se to the hierarchy because they can marry higher. I say marry. They don't really have a concept of marriage. They do mating. They have a mate bond thing. They mate for life. So they have to be very careful with who the male is given to. And yes, I feel like it would be an exchange. The male can pick the female he gets with, but I feel like it's usually an exchange between his mom and the female that he's being given to. Unfort. Now, that is not a fully universal custom. This is just the culture that I'm currently focusing on. And I think I might focus a little bit on I don't know which phenotype I want to work on. That doesn't matter right now. But with that is the Catosians fully covered. Now, we're going to go to their language next. This was just their species sheet, because they have a lot more to go. Now, the species, the language sheet's going to be taking me a little bit. I'm also going to close this out because I don't need it anymore. And the reason is because I have a language sheet that people can fill out, that I used to fill out, but it's very outdated. So while I'm making their language, I'm also going to be making my language sheet from scratch, basically. So just like how I did with the other one, hold on, let me do this. Oh, you're just adjusting your pillow. So here is the world building sheet that I worked on. You can see this is what we all covered. Body features, skin, hair, all that stuff. Offspring, lifespan. This is literally everything I covered, but in the Google Doc that I have this in. So what I'm going to do next is start a sheet like this, but for language. And we're going to be using my visual dictionary, which that's why I have my phone. I'm going to be taking pictures. Sir, a new company is setting up on the planet. Ah, interesting. What's its name? It's the Umbrella Corporation. What do they not know everything? What do they not know everything underwater? Ugh. Not the Umbrella Corporation. Get them away from me. Alrighty. So, here we go. Let's grab my pen and let's get started. So, for language, the way I normally do this is that I focus on sounds first, because I need to know what the sounds are going to be in order for me to know what they're going to speak. These guys don't do that, though. Why would they use an umbrella underwater? They're already going to be wet. RE10? What's RE10? Is that the new one coming out? Resident Evil 9 is the new one coming out. Because 7... I know 1, 2, 3, and 4 was good. 5 started getting away from it. 6 was just an action movie. 7 leaned back into... What? Yeah, that was the first person one with the mold dudes. Resident Evil... Thank you, Lillian. 8 was Village. So yeah, 9 is the one that's coming out. Unless you're counting Resi 4 Remake, but I don't, that's not actual 9. Anyway. Language sheet. I'm actually naming this, hold on. So I'm not confused. Alrighty, first things first. In order to talk, you need sounds. These sounds have to do with your vowels and consonants, and other, obviously. And I say other because some languages actually use like whistling. There's a whistle language, which is really cool. Language sheet sung with the same cadence as sham. Language sheet. Language sheet. I'm making language. Sham. Wait, no, that's no. I was doing it wrong. Anyway, sounds can also be called phonology. The reason I'm writing all this down now is because, we don't need any of this for these guys. This is just here for posterity's sake. And in my language sheet, I actually have every single vowel and every single consonant, as well as non-pulmonic consonants, for people to look at and go, oh cool, that's a language, and then walk off, you know. Sound variation, we don't have to worry about any of that. But I am going to write it down. Sound variation has to do with stressing, tone, and pitch accenting. So, tone, pitch accent, stress. And when I say stress, I mean like, we have a stress like sound system, but it's not the way we think. You can use sound variation to put new meaning to a word. So for instance, for us, if I say, do you have a permit? I'm asking if you have a permit, noun. But if I say, did she permit you to do that? I am saying permit as in allowed you, and it's a verb. Permit and permit, you can hear the per is more emphasized for the noun, and the mit is more emphasized for the verb. That pitch change, that stress change, changes the sound, changes the meaning of the word. These guys do the same thing. For instance, I do believe there are different words depending on the Japanese as well, which is called a pitch accent. It's a little bit like stress, but it's closer to a tone. The emphasis on the wrong syllable. That hurt. Call it Resident Evil. No. Oh, it would be very interesting to get a fully underwater Resident Evil. No! No water! That must be I think that's my Monster Hunter screaming. No water! Anyway. So, also, Chinese works with just straight up tone. So for instance, if I say shi or shi, those are two completely different words. It's the same sound, shi, but if I say it with a that's a completely different sound towards a that is tone. I can't, like I said, I don't know Chinese enough to like give you that many examples. And with Japanese, it works sort of like that. It's like in between tone and stress. For instance, if they say, I believe the word is hashi. If you say it that way, and you put stress and tone on the shi part, I believe it means bridge. But if you say hashi, and if you put the higher pitch and the pitch accent to the ha part, it means something completely different. And it's a completely different word, too. It's like, it doesn't even match the meaning. So there we go. That is what I mean by sound variation. Now, syllable structure. Once again, this is all semantic. We don't need this for these guys, but just for the sake of species that do talk, I'm going to be writing this down. Syllable structure. This is for when you are trying to figure out how these people talk. So first is the structure itself. We have already picked out our vowels and consonants and our other, whatever that may be. And the structure is where those vowels and consonants go in a syllable. Calling out Japanese for making kawaii cute, but kawaii scary, and the two sounds being almost identical when spoken in conversation. That's why you have to listen to the intonation. Kawaii or kawaii. Because they hold out that, like, second syllable. Or third syllable. Ka, wa, e. The e you have to listen to. It's the two I's that make it different for them. Also, they have kuma and kumo. Do not get those two mixed up. They're both dangerous, but for different reasons. Alright, so structure, like I said, has to do with consonant vowel. So, once again, let's use Japanese. Their syllable structure would be consonant vowel, or CV. Very rarely, they could also be CV and then an N, because they don't really do end consonants like we do, but it would be CVN. So, they would have something like ko, that would be a word. Ko, consonant vowel, that would be a syllable, and then CVN, or CYVN, those are also syllable structures. And I say that because I'll show you here in a second. This would be san, for instance, sa, n. They would consider it two syllables. They consider n its own syllable. We would consider it one, san. And then here would be nyan, for instance. It would be consonant, y, vowel, n. Once again, they would consider this two syllables, nya and n. We would consider it one in English. So, in order to figure out how to fix these up, we figure out the onset, the nucleus, and the coda. So the onset is typically your first vowel, your starting vowel, and we do this because not all of our vowels actually sit on the front of our words versus our back. So if I were to say, you know, pan, can, tan, P, T, and K are the onset. Pan, tan, can. Pataka. You can put those in the front of the word. You can also say hat, H-A-T. That's an onset of an H. However, you can't say ta in English. Why is that? An onset for hat, there would be the H. Nucleus is the center of the syllable, which it's usually going to be vowels or diphthongs, or sometimes even trithongs, which are vowels that have doubled up. Like, in hat, there is no diphthong going on, but let's say I'm saying the word hate instead. The way it's structured phonetically, it would be H, hey, E, E. So it would be like A, hate, like that. This would be considered a diphthong because it's two sounds kind of scrunched together. Back to hat, though. H is onset. Vowels, diphthongs, and trithongs are your nucleus, usually. And your coda is that T. But like I said, if I went to ta, ha, it would be so fucking confusing for an English speaker. We don't use the sound ha for a coda. It would fuck with us. So there are laws, there are rules in place for almost every language to have an onset and a coda usually be a little different. And that's because some sounds are just a lot rougher for us to pronounce at the end of a word. You'll also find in certain languages, I'm going to use Dothraki for a reference, made by the beautiful, I believe his name is David Peterson? What was his name? The dude who made it is great. Anyway, I've read his book, The Invention of Language. He is great. Kami spirit, but Kami hair, and Kami paper gets so real right now. Yeah, Kami, or Kami and Kami, you would pitch accent it differently so that you can understand what you're saying. Also, Japanese does this funny little thing where they use different writing for the same word. And they also use the same writing for different words because context. Anyway. So, once again, not worrying about any of this for these guys. But it's here just in case. Also, apparently I included diphthongs and triphthongs after syllable structure. I'm going to put them up here. Diphthong. And then triphthong if you want to really think about it. Diphthong, die, means two. So 2 vowels is basically what it means. Which means triphthong, that's right, it means 3 vowels. You're so smart. Digraph. I don't remember what a digraph is, but I have it written down here. So there's our syllable structure. You're so smart, Lillian. Look at you. You're so smart. Pet him. Lillian, do you know multiple languages? I'm very curious. You don't have to be fluent. Just have you studied and learned like other languages at all? I'm very curious. I'm gonna look up digraph. What did I mean by this? A digraph or a digram is a pair of characters used in the orthography of a language to write either a single phoneme or a sequence of phonemes that correspond to a normal value. Oh, I know what a digraph is. It's like a CH for us. Like, if we were to say this, CH and SH, actually, no, that's one sound. That's 2 sounds. SH is 1 sound. Shh, shh. But it's indicated by 2 letters. I'm not going to worry about that. That goes in writing, not in language. So I'm going to come down here with writing. And then I'm going to say digraph. That goes down there. We don't talk about that here. Don't know why I included it up there. I took 2 years of Japanese in college. That's about it. Okay, that's fair. I was just curious. Alright, so digraphs is down there. Phonotactics. This is a little bit of syllable dealing with. Let me move this up. And I'm also going to move this down. So phonotactics is a little different than phonology. It has to do with clustering. Phonotactic. So how do consonants cluster? So in Japanese, once again, let's use something very simple. Consonants only really cluster with na. So, you know, you'll only have, trying to think of a word to use here. Tenpura. Let's use that word. It's technically an M sound, tempura, but like they really spell it with an N like this. Tempura. This is a consonant cluster. It's the mp sound. And that's all they really do with consonant clusters. Other than that, they don't do it. We have consonant clusters out the fucking ass. In fact, cluster has 2. St. Clam. slate, cl, sl. These are consonant clusters. It means it's more than one consonantal sound squished together. And our consonant clusters, I believe, can get really wonky. I believe the most we can do on the onset, which remember this onset here, syllable structure, I believe we can do 3, like strength, and this strength. Wait, I might have spelled it wrong. Strength. There we go. This would be a consonant cluster. It's 3 sounds put together. Th, that's 2 more. Strength, that's 3 more. So we combine hella clusters. Strengths is probably one of the biggest consonant clusters that English can have. Other than that, the onset consonant clusters are usually 2. Mostly 2. Other than that, I can't think of anything super long. But it can get pretty crazy. It's got the clussy and the stussy. I'm crying. Not the stussy. Not the strussy. Also, we don't do certain consonant clusters that, like, German does, for instance. For instance, we'll say, flower. FL, fla. But they'll do something crazy. They have a word for horse that's Pferd. 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 PF. Pferd. You have to be able to pronounce that. That's how they do it. And then, of course, there's also a Pferd. I'm sure. V. And that's because those 2 sounds kind of like roll with each other. That would sound so fucking weird in English because we don't have a puff sound. That's not a rule in English. So this is what I mean by all syllable structure has some sort of law in place. Consonant clusters follow those rules. And consonant clusters will be different in the onset than in the coda depending on the language. So, like, if I wanted to say Brot in German, once again, Brot is the word for bread. Brot is 2 consonant clusters. That T is that coda. Let's say I also use the word Ich. Ich habe Brot. Ich habe Brot. I have bread. Ich, that H sound that you're hearing me make, they show the sound by this CH symbol. I can't remember the actual... Actually, I think the actual symbol for it is just a C. Hold on, let me look up. Stop. H, G, H, K, G, H. Yeah, it's a H. It's just a C. H. That would never be put in the front of a word. So if I say, Ich habe Brot, that sounds pretty natural for a German, but if I wanted to say hot, that would be so hard on their voice. That h sound is real hard to have in the back end or in the front end of a word. It's much easier to flow into than flow from. Granted, this depends on the language. For me, speaking German, it sounds unnatural, but who knows, there might be a language out there where the h sound is in the front. So that's what I mean by consonant clusters, mixing in with the syllable structure rules. Okay, let me find my spot again. Clusters, morphemes, join, affect each other. We're not going to worry about that too much. Low vowel, mid vowel, glides, liquids, nasals. I'm not going to worry about any of this. Any other sound rules? There can also be consonants that are held. I believe this is called gemination. Yes. This is when you are speaking a word, you see two of the same consonant in a word, and you hold that consonant. The Japanese do this as well. Let's say they have a word like this. And Latin does this too. So let's say this is a word in either Latin or Japanese. Instead of saying senna, you would say senna. You will hold that end. Let's say you have a word like this as well. Let's say I'm trying to say cat in English as a Japanese person, and this is how I spell it. It would be kato. Kato. That stop in the throat is them kind of trying to hold the T twice. Now that is a glottal stop. That is a little different, but it's still an example. Another example would be Tolkien's language of Sindarin. He does the N, the double N hold, but if we all have seen Lord of the Rings here, which we better fucking have, there's a scene where Gandalf asks about like a password that he has to do for the Mines of Moria. Frodo brings up the very important point of, hey, the dwarves are pretty literal. What's the Elvish word for friend? Because the riddle says speak friend and enter. Gandalf says melon, not melon, not melon. He says melon. He holds it, and that's because there's two L's. So that is gemination. Gemination's really fun. Huh? Ear itches. Baby boy has ear itches. Cecil's scratching. Melon. 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 That's my friend. Two melon. Can I help you? Don't bite my butt! Don't bite my butt, cat! I'm gonna pet him. He's a good boy. Alright, so with that out of the way, I'm not gonna worry about any other phonotactics, all that shit. We're gonna start covering writing, and this is what I am very excited to get into. Bite the butt! Don't bite the butt! He's a little boy. Cecil! Are you gonna bite? Are you gonna bite him instead? Bite him. No, bite him instead. No, bite Big Dad. Bite Big Dad. Don't bite Little Dad. Bite Big Dad. Hi, handsome. He's not gonna bite me. I'm petting him. Sorry, I'm taking a cat break. Pet the kitty, 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 pet the kitty. Little Dad fit in mouth easier. No! Pet the kitty, pet the kitty, pet the kitty, pet the kitty, pet the kitty. Oh, hi, sweetie. Alright, I am doing this, Cecil. I'm trying to work. Please stop. Go on. Go that way. Alrighty. Writing system. So the writing system is their speaking system. The way these guys have evolved is that they spent most of their evolutionary line speaking to each other at very... I popped my ankle. You alright? Oh, nice.
Wait a minute.
It's just itchy.
Who are you?
Welcome in. How you doing? I am doing good. I'm about to start some language stuff for my Katosian creatures. I'm actually going to pull one up just so we can look at them while I write their stuff. Here, let's pull them up. Let's have them sitting right here so we can see what they look like while we write. Look at them. Pretty babies. Hello, we're the Smooling Fronds? Smooling Fronds? Is that like the Smiling Friends? Creature. Pet the creature, pet the creature, pet the creature, pet the creature, pet the creature. Oh, pet the creature. I petted the creature. Oh my god, it's him! John Friend! It's him! Oh, we got ads here in a minute. Boo. Get kissed, cutie pie! Actually, since ads are gonna be going soon, I'm actually gonna open my book here. I don't know if you can hear it. And I'm going to start taking pictures and posting it in my butt or him. Oh, we want to grab my butt. Nice. We want to grab my butt. Alright, so when the ads start, I'm actually gonna move my tablet real quick, take some pictures of the first few pages, and, owie. Fucking Lumen! Hi, Lumen. Babe, could I have the light on for just a minute? There we go.
Yeah, sure.
Be nice to me, baby. Taking a picture of the book. Yes, the book. I want people to be able to see and follow along with what I'm doing.
God, I'm a kid.
So this is the book that I am working with. I will be sending pictures. Cecil! No! I'll take a picture of you next. Move! Alrighty. So let me open up said book. And I will send these pictures when I am done. Oh boy, how am I going to keep this in place? So here is the second page of the book. Stay. Okay. And then this page. Let's just take a picture of the first 4 pages. That should give me enough room. Cool. I'm gonna post these. Hey, kiddo, back up. Scoot your boots, little cat. Go on, shoo. He's being a booty hole. Alright, so while ads are going, I'm gonna bring me pictures of Settleman! Okay. Hold on a second. My phone is loading. Alrighty, so in the regulars lounge, if you look at the live chat, I'm going to be uploading 3 pictures. These pictures are the first 3 things of this book that I have. The first one is the cover, the second one is the first page, and the third one is the second page that we'll be working with today. If I need to take more pictures, I will. There we go. Alright, so I can move this out my way. I don't need my phone no more. Alright, and grab my tablet back. Got no boots in the ground. So you should be able to see the pictures I sent. You can see that the really pretty, what is this called? The cover. The cover is gorgeous, by the way. It's also shows you how the book is going to work on the inside. You can see that it's got the kanji, how you write it, and then the translation for it, which is hana, which also means flower. Then there's hanabira, which means flower petal. You can see that here it's flower and then petal, the kanji itself. I could actually just do this. Now, I won't be able to do this for the other pages because there's ding-dongs involved, but you can see here, there's hana, bira, oshibe, which is one of the little stamens that stick out, tsubomi. This is what we're going to be doing. So I'm going to be making this a very visual language because that's all they have. Welcome in, Bio. Welcome in, Lumen. Alrighty, so first things first, we're going to talk about people. This will help me start to figure out their sentence structure as well, because I'm going to be breaking down each word to understand exactly what we're looking at. Ooh. So in the second page, I'm going to pull it up on my desktop so I can look at it better. And you can see that I have, at the top it says Hito, aka people, the very top left, or the very top right. That's the category we're currently in. And we'll start with that word first. OSV. Do it, you won't. I love myself. I don't want to do OSV. See what? If you go to live chat in the regular lounge, you will see 3 pictures that I posted. These are the first 3 pictures of the book that I'm looking at. It's my visual dictionary, specifically a visual dictionary for Japanese. And it's very nice. It's a very nice little book. But what I'm using it for is to find terms for like everything and and make a term for it for the language that we'll be covering today. So, like I said, Katosians don't have words. They just use pictures. That's crazy, honestly wild. What, the picture? The book that I sent? It's really cool. It's a really cool little book. I'm also going to pull up a reference for how I want the language to look, because they probably started off very visual with their language. If they were talking about a specific person or talking about a clan, they'd probably show, like, in their mind's eye, they'd probably show the picture of, like, the head crest or the face of the person. And they still do this. But I feel like over time, general words for stuff, like let's say this guy was thinking of a coral reef. Over time, that coral reef stopped looking more detailed and started becoming more simplified. I've been on one since Sunday, ever since I found out my brother and sister-in-law were also visiting our dad. Oh no. At the same time as me. Oh, I see. I found the perfect position. Sit in to numb only 3 of my fingers, being thumb, index, and middle. Unlucky, be careful. Don't numb your fingies. Be careful with the fingies. I was gonna look. Oh, right. I'm gonna go to these guys. Alright, so let me pull up what I mean by change. Woof. Big ol' yawn, baby. Ain't me. I've been talking a lot, so I'm very yawny. Sorry, I'm just looking for, what I'm talking about real quick so you guys can see. Okay, so this is a really good example of what I'm referring to. So, these are some pictures I've saved as examples for it, and this is how the Katosians probably worked. So, this is Chinese. It's also technically Japanese, but it's all based off of Hanji anyway. This is Hanji, or kanji, as the Japanese would say. And this is the symbol for the sun. Over time, this is how they started to write it, and it just kind of drifted over time. This is kind of how I see their minds working as well. Full image versus symbol hieroglyph. Yeah, they started off very pictographic. That's the way to say it. And they started very literal as well whenever they started thinking about stuff. And their thoughts were probably simpler, easier to process. But over the course of thousands to millions of years, they started evolving their thought process. Pictograph D's nut! I mean, what? They actually can't because they don't have nuts. They don't know what nuts look like. I'm sorry. But they don't know what nuts look like. But yeah, this is kind of how I want it to work. And I want them to be in this sort of stage. Maybe in between here. Because I want it to look mostly picture, where if you look at it and you squint, you can see what it is. But it is just starting to lean into a more simplified like look. So, first things first, we're going to start with this book called Hito. or people in the Japanese visual dictionary. Now, for them, a people, teehee, hold on. There we go. I'm gonna do this so I know what I'm doing. Sorry if my handwriting is shit. So, visual dictionary, people. Let's break it down. This is a person that is multiplayer? Multiple. So it's a person plural. That means we need to come up with 2 symbols for me. Today's food agenda, meatloaf and French fries. Nice, nice, nice. So they would have a symbol for a person. Meaning. Oh, I see. We want coming in with the super cans. The drinka. The super drinka. You alright?
I just had like
Fair, fair. Canisters. Alright, I'm also going to pull up a few references of how I want these guys to draw. And it is going to be like Oracle Bone inspired, although some of them will probably write in the dialect of something more like Mayan looking. Like, this, for instance, some might see in these kind of pictures. But that just depends on the dialect as well as where they're coming from. Yummy Oracle Bone script. The Oracle Bone script is beautiful, and I love it. I'm also thinking of leaning a little bit towards the Luwian script, as well as possibly a bit of Linear B, like that very still visual pictures. I'm annoyed I was doing drawing practice and my wrist popped and now I can't hold my pen. Oh! I hate when that happens. I'm sorry. Okay, let me pull up a few more reference. I don't like that one. Indus River Valley Civilization! I saw the Indus River Valley Civilization writing, so I had to sing it. Okay, I have a couple of more pulled up for referencing. This is pretty good for a reference. This one's good for a reference. This is what the reference, and this is what the reference. That's a Homestuck joke. I almost canceled my time off when I found out they were going there too. Oh, I'm sorry, but that sucks. Okay, I think I have enough pictures pulled up that I am satisfied, so let us continue. Let's get started, rather. Oh, I can also grab this. Okay. I think this is one piece. I'm gonna keep it. Alright. So, the way they would see a person is they'd probably just have a little squiggle of a guy. So the way the Japanese do it, they do this sort of symbol, and it's just supposed to be a dude standing there. And I feel like these guys would do something similar. Is Cecil fucking with you? Cute. Gonna drop in the vid in the server you might like? Oh, I see. Oh! Yeah, I've watched Lindsay Nicole. Teehee! Blinks at. I've, maybe seen this one. I think she came out with it recently. But yeah, I've watched Lindsay Nicole. She's funny. She's very pragmatic. She's very chill. But she's also kind of funny. I watched it last night. Alrighty, so I want to have two symbols. I want one for a person, which when they think of person, they think of themselves. So I'm going to do this. Person, multiple, or plural. And we're going to come up with the symbols for these things. It's like 3 days old. Okay, yeah. I was like, I've seen that, but it was like a day ago. It was very new. I wonder if I should do it underneath instead. Let me also figure out which pen I want to use. Do I want to use my calligraphy pen? I use my calligraphy pen for a lot of stuff. For a lot of writing systems. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do to get the writing done, I'm going to write the word up here, and then I'm probably going to isolate it to, like, this space and right there. So, for a person, if they were talking about themselves or one of their own in a singular, they would probably include 2 arms, a body, because they'd want to include their limbs, I think. So let's figure out how they would write this. I need to close out some of this stuff because it is in the goddamn way. So, I wonder, should they draw their head as well? They're like, here's my head. Here's my body. Here's my first arms. Here's my second arms. And then, like, here's my second legs. Maybe they do something like that. So let's try that again. Make it a little cleaner. I'm gonna turn down my pen. Yeah, that looks nice. Okay, so yeah, they'll use a little circle for the head.
What, Cecil? Goodness.
Cecil is whiny today.
Yeah, you're whiny. What? What? What are you doing?
He is on one today. I don't know what's up with him. I'm about to fight him, though.
You, babe.
Burp. Okay, so what if instead I do this? Make it easier on them. So I'm trying to find a way to make this easy on them. Like an easy way to write and think. Oh wait, I have an idea. What if I did it like this? And they just had a bunch of, like, droopies like this, so it looks kind of like the legs. I think I'm gonna do something like that, where it's like a side profile almost. So if they want to say person, they'll just draw this, they'll switch this line out, they'll add 3 more lines, and then they'll add these 2 up here. And yes, there are more than just 3 tentacles, but this is their, like, simplified representation of a person, I think. And in order to say multiple people, as in the plural, I feel like they would have 3 dots to say more than one. Now, if they were to just add 2 dots, they were saying there was 2. If they add 3 or more, I think they would say there was multiple. So let's do this. They have 2 dots. That's them saying 2 of something. And then if they have 3, they're saying there's multiples of them. Not just 3, but multiples. So this is how I think we're gonna do it. So this is a person. That's a human person. I'm gonna be singing a lot of Bill Wirtz, and I'm not sorry. This is how they say two. This is probably also how they say, well, actually, they might have a different way of counting. And this is how they say multiple. So in order to say people, they would write like this. And then they would put their 3 dots right next to it. And this is how you say people in their language. This is what they will flash at you when they're saying people. So now we have our first word in that book, people, and this is it. All right, next on the agenda, we are looking for the word. Oh, let's see. I know they go over their anatomy as well. Flash? Flash? Why are we flashing? Are we shrieking? Alright, so let's see what all of the hubbub is real quick. I'm gonna open this, and we can do it here. So, in my visual book, we have a lot of categories. We have... how do I zoom in with one hand? That's how you zoom in with one hand. That's a big lady. Yeah, the women are 9 to 10 feet. Alright, so let's go over this. In the book, we have the head. The neck. The chikubi, or the nips, the nib-knobs. Which they do have words for nipples, just not for males. The chest itself. Hara, or torso. Koshi for hip. Which they kind of have hips. It's like right here. Let's see. Kubi, mune, chest, abdomen, hip, genitalia. But we're not going to be seeing them. They're just going to be in here somewhere. Genitals. And then shin. Shin bone? They don't have shins, so I don't have to include those. They also have a word for female and male. Also, my face tracking won't be here like here and there because my face is being covered by a book. Question to you goobs. Bull's nearly finished with the first pre-built deck of his card game. Nice! That's not a question. I'm teasing, by the way. I know the question's probably coming. Wanted to know if you'd help me test it. Oh, nice! I am not a card game guy, but I'm sure there are plenty of people here who would test it. I say ask in the Discord proper. Let me actually line these a little better. That's the neck. There we go. Alright, so off this guy I did all that. There's also the kokan, the groin. It's the same word we have for this. It's the same fucking thing, I guess? I don't know. Leg. They don't have words for leg either. But they do have words for their tentacle leggies. These long tentacle things, I'm just gonna say tentacle leg. Tentacle leg. Because they don't really have legs. They don't have feet either, so they don't have words for that. But they do have words for their suction cups. Okay, so I've covered those. And they might also have word for these little flaps. What would you call this? Like a veil? Skin veil? Like a flesh veil? I don't know what you would call this, but there it is. Webbing? Webbing. Thank you! Tentacle webbing! I'm gonna circle that to show that it's on the inside. So torso, hip. Meanwhile, let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Atama, head, nipple, breast. Chest and breast, I think they might have the same word for that. So these would be breasts, because they would make the difference between a male versus a female. So a breast would be female, and a chest would be male. Waist. We have the torso itself, but now we're talking about the waist. Now, some of these words they will not use. Some of these they probably don't consider as important as we do. Breasticles! Yeah. And remember, this picture was taken and posted in Discord, so if you want to follow along with what I'm doing, you can. I'm on the right side of the first page of the book, and I am reading it over. So, waist. Navel, they don't have one. So we ain't including it. Forearm. They don't really consider their arms forearms versus whatever arm, but maybe they do have some sort of upper arm versus lower arm. But I can't really see them worrying about that too much. They would have their arm, though. Zemwan, forearm. Photomomo, thigh. Once again, they don't have thighs. They don't have knees, and they don't have feet. So we're not including knees or feet. So on the back side, we also have a nape. They don't have words for that. But they do have words for their head crest. And their gills. And their head tentacles. So they have words for these things, but not nape. That's, I don't know, that feels like a splitting hairs sort of thing. Let's see. Neck is kubi. Nape is kubisuji. So I guess nape is like the back of the neck. I mean, in an autonomy medical context, it would make sense. That's true. I feel like if these guys were talking about the back of the neck, they would just say the back of the neck instead of having a separate word for it. Their medical knowledge is not as detailed as ours, so that they don't have as many words as us because of that. There we go. Ude is arm. I already have their arm. I'll also do their lower arm as well. Because they have separate words for each arm because each one does something different. They also have a hand. They don't really talk about wrists. I don't think they worry about wrists. But they do say hand. And they also probably talk about claws. Humans don't have claws, but these guys do. Alrighty, so we got the shoulder, the arm, elbow, wrist, hand. They don't have to worry about elbow or wrist. They don't really have them. It's just like a long, stringy... They're like rubber hose arms, almost. Ankle, no, and no leg. Okay, so after that we have the back. They'll talk about the back. Their spine and stuff. I'll circle right here to show that we're talking about something you can't see. So the back or the spine. They have words for that. Wakinoshita, armpit. Fuck it. Put it here just in case. Maybe they'll talk about their armpits at some point. I don't know. They don't stink, so small of back. No, I don't think they'd see a difference between backs and like the small of the back. Sheety, butt. They don't have a butt. I'm so sorry. However, they do have a butthole. They do have an anus. I'm gonna say that. But they don't have an actual set of cheeks. Instead, they have like these big ass tentacles in the back that could look like butt cheeks with the little webbing, but it's not an actual set of glutes.
What? Your baby.
After that, the calf. Once again, they don't have it. Heel. No heel. Alright, after that, we are done with the first page. Now let's come up with terms for them, shall we? Now remember, they're thinking in pictures, so things are going to be a little simpler. First thing we're going to start with is the head and the head crest. So we're going to scoot this out a little bit so I can see what I'm doing. We're going to focus on just this part of the character. So when talking about a person's anatomy, let me actually scoot this in. I'm also going to remove this. Just to clean up and help myself a little more. So, head parts. I'm gonna just right here, head parts. And we'll keep it all in a single what's the word? Not plural, but singular. Tense. Tense, that's a verb. You know what I mean. My book opened on its own. Oh. Alright, so talk about the head crest first. And I feel like they would have two different thoughts for head crest versus male versus female. So a head crest would be a female, and a head crest helmet would be a male. So what would I want to call the males? I think I'll just do this. Head crest F and head crest M. Because they do have two different words for it. Or two different pictures for it. And for the ladies, they would obviously be something big and spiny. And for the males, it would be something small. So how would they picture this? I think they would think of head crests in the most simple way possible. Like, they wouldn't picture something specific, like this lady's, like, almost spider-like looking head crest. They'd probably think of something a lot more general. If they were talking about a specific house, like if they were talking about her house, they would probably picture her head crest like this. They'd probably think of her head crest specifically and be like, this is that house. But, if they're just thinking of the word head crest, maybe like a clamshell shape, I was thinking something kind of shieldy shaped. Yeah, something like with no discernible features.
Say what? Thank you for the pet.
Nikki. Ugh, burp. I have an idea.
Wait a minute.
What the fuck?
Who are you?
I'm Dracula! You know who I am. You should know who I am. Madame Dracula. I will be sad. Dracula! Dig through the ditches. Thank you, babe. I have an idea. I want this really pretty swoopy thing. And then another swoopy thing. That looks a lot better. It's them saying person. Sorry, I only know about Toria. She's mean and evil. You can keep her out of here. Alright, so for the head crest, I want to do just a general shape. Especially for females. And I'm thinking I'm going to do something like this. Because remember, I want it to look kind of oracle bony. Like something like this. Something simple. And it looks like it's sticking straight up like that. But what if? But what if what? But what if what? Salem, no. But what if what? And then for the male head crest, they'll probably have some sort of swoop. They might do this, like, swoop thing. There we go, where it looks like it's laying down, almost. So this would be the female head crest, this would be the male head crest. I'm also going to push the save button, because I remember when it crashed last time and it made me want to cry. I don't even think you have the redeem for her anymore. As of currently, no. And there's a very good reason for that. Our security is now very high, our security is very high up. And also, she may or may not have a model yet. Thank you for the sip, thank you for the save, thank you for the pet. And thank you for the stretchy! I just sipped. Let me do a little... pop my back. Oh, there we go. Oh, I felt all of that. Butler Jingle! What are we putting on me now? One cheeser! Okay, let me grab the cheeser. That's the cheeser. But here's the cheeser. My little cat. And I love him. He's a good boy. Don't mind me dancing to the music. Alrighty. Let's continue, shall we? So, we got the head crest done. And now we can talk about the actual head. I don't know. What kind of noggin would... What kind of picture would they have for their noggins? Let me go through some of these and think about it. They might have, like, a side profile, like what the Mayans do. Yeah, they could have a side profile. I'm on the floor. Sugar skull, please. Achoo. Ah, yes, thank you. Sneezed and threw me across the room. That's fine. I'm okay with this. I thought I had a third one. I did have a third one. Okay, I pulled it up. This one's very complicated looking, though. Well, what does head look like in this? It is very hard for me to pick out. I see. You heard that. Babe, they heard you. I see.
No. No.
This book. Push me, huh?
That's Japanese. Don't eat it. No, it's mine.
Alright, I'm also gonna go look at Sumerian writing. Because Sumerian writing also did this, where it started off as pictures and then it shifted into cuneiform. So I think I'm going to give these guys the way Sumerian did with their writing. I think they'll do this. And then they'll just do this to kind of like fill in the face, maybe?
Why are you all trying to fill my cat with the power of Zoomy? He ain't even in here.
He's just a baby boy. I could see this working as a head. Maybe they'll do this to represent, like, the tentacles that will be coming off. Then again, this could be the head crest. This could definitely be the head crest. And then they can just do this for tentacles. And it can follow the neck. So that could be pretty good for a head. Alright, so we got the head crest, the head tentacles themselves. I don't think they would be ever talking about them on a singular piece. I don't think they can have a plural version of the tentacles on their heads. They consider them one mass clump. Hairticles! Yeah, the hairticles. And it might just be a bigger version of this, where it just looks like the length of their hair tentacles, like that. So they might do this to kind of like represent the head, and then they do this to kind of show off the actual tentacles. Like, this is what it is. These are what they look like. Neck and gills. We'll be going over the actual face stuff later, like eyes, nose, mouth. That's on the next page. And jeez, babe. He roared again. And once again, just like their hair tendrils, I feel like they consider all of their gills one thing. It's kind of like how when we say lungs, yes, we know they're separate things, but we usually just say lungs. We don't say my lung and lung. Yeah, we got it. Oof. No dying, babe. Not allowed. Yeah, hug him. Get him. Get that man. Alrighty. So for the neck and the gills... Ooh. I don't know if they would differentiate their neck. I'm sure they'd obviously... yes. Lumen, what's up? Hug Jugger! Can I write this down to see what it looks like on paper? Yes? Yeah, go for it. Yeetus. Yeet. Trying to consider if they would have the word for neck or not. Because they don't really have the word for wrist, but they definitely have the word for their gills. And just like here with the head tendrils, I feel like they'd draw a representation, like a quick repro of the head. Because their gills are very frilly. I wonder if they just squiggle line. I feel like they'd squiggle line. Okay, so they would probably have an idea of like a simple neck, and then they might just have... They'd probably have a few squiggle lines to represent the gills. I was thinking squiggles too. Because I'm trying to like simplify these symbols. As for their neck, I feel like it would just be what looks like a piece of a head and then like a line in here where it's like, yeah, this is our neck. Limble Gimble, Bubbia. Alright, so the neck and the gills, I'm gonna move up here. Because these are still head parts, technically. They're like up there. And then as we go lower, we get towards the chest and the arms. So we start moving closer towards the body parts instead. So, body parts. Alright, so first thing we are looking at, they probably, I don't know if they have a true word for a shoulder. I feel like they'd include it as part of their arm. If they want to specify, they can just say up on arm, or whenever they shine the word arm at someone, they just pat at the shoulder or something. I don't think they would have anything substantial. So they would definitely have chest and breast. Chest is for masculine. Breast is for feminine. And I think the breast would probably have something to do with, like, lactation. That way they can show off, hey, this is what it does. And I believe Luwian does that. So let me look up the Luwian script. Which are technically Anatolian, I believe. Get you a GF. Nap on her titty. Oh. But I don't need a GF if I can nap on my own titty.
Also, I have square titties.
Also, we won't have square titties. I can nap on those.
Square muscle man.
Muscle memories, he said. Yes, I will squeeze those. I will squeeze his muscle memories. He's being silly. You okay, babe? Schneepy? The rain killed you. I'm so sorry. Give him a good old honka. I touched his titties! He's doing a titty dance! I can't do that! My muscles have not been trained to do titty dance. Alright, so breast, female. I think I might have it be like 2 lines like this. And I can't add any more, or I will be copyrighted. He's flexing them? Yeah, he can flex his titties. He can, do the little, like, he can do the titty dance. Maybe I shouldn't draw simplified tits on stream. I'm very sad about this, but I don't think I should. Peck poppin'. He is. He's peck poppin'. He's doing the peck dance. Okay, so after that, I'll just say nipple. I don't know if they'll have the different word for nipple, though. No, they would, now that I'm thinking about it. Torso. I don't think they'd have a word for waist, really. They just talk about the torso. They don't need to talk about anything different. The waist and the torso to them are the same thing. So breast, nipples, waist, torso, hip. I feel like they'd have a word for hip because it's the joint that connects their torso to their tentacles, and if they have a word for a neck, they'll have a word for a hip. You can do a little shimmy as a titty dance. That's true. Babe. I can shimmy my shoulders and make my tits dance. You can just flex yours, but I can... I did it. Alright, so after the hips... we'll worry about the arm. And the armpit, apparently. And the hand. And the claws. And the reason I'm writing these down first is because when I realized breast is probably... and nipple is probably not allowed to be drawn, I decided I'm just gonna, like, write them all down and then draw as I think. Oh, I could also look at ancient Egyptian as well. Considered. As you can see, this is exotic flirting courtship between a gay bear and a gay bat. Yeah, we just jiggle our tits at each other and hope the other is receptive. Alright, so torso-wise, they're probably just gonna have these, like, little lines like this to show that it is their torso. What is the torso called in the book? Let me look. The torso, or the abdomen, is the picture... The picture does not look... The picture is confusing. Have you guys gotten the sticker in the mail yet? We have not. I will let you know when we do. Okay, so I like the idea of them having like lines like this to show that it's abdomens, because they all have muscle for the most part. I feel like the torso would have lines to indicate arms. Oh yeah, maybe. Maybe lines like this. Like just something quick and dirty. Nothing crazy though. Hips. Let's see what the book says. Hip-wise. Just forgot how slow mail has gotten. Mail is very slow. So hips. Hips. Hip! Koshi. Abdomen is hara. Seiki is that. Sune. Kokan. Okay, so the words are pretty much all different. Hip and abdomen share the same root thing. Hara and oh, they don't, I lied. Oh wait, no, they do. Hara and Koshi share the same symbol in the front, but it's a different symbol in the back. So that means hara, torso, and hip are considered the same thing. Just with a same origin, different thing. Okay, so I could do something like that, yeah. Where the hips could be like this. But I feel like they might do it a little more. I have an idea. I feel like the hips would be 3 lines, and then this sort of line underneath. Where this is kind of like the torso, and this is the actual hip part, and down here is where the legs would start. So something kind of like that. Now, I will be redoing these at some point to make them look a little cleaner, but this so far is how I'm going to be doing it. Arm. Fucking easy. Oh, right. There's a difference between this arm and the lower arm. So let's do arm and lower arm. Maybe not. Because they bend the exact same way. One just doesn't have a hand. Maybe not. I like the idea of it just doing this. Where it's just like a little bendy thing. And that's about it. And it's like, yeah, that's an arm. Armpit, I don't think they would really worry about that. I've been thinking about it, and I don't think they'd have a word for it. They do have a word for hand, though. And claws. So the hand, I would want to be up and, like, out like this. Kind of like this. Because they have 2 thumbs and a finger. Claw-wise, I feel like they would do this, like, little curve. It wouldn't look exactly like that. I feel like it would look like this, kind of. Where it's like, yeah, we have a little claw. Okay, that looks pretty good. Because they're not the only ones with a claw. Other creatures have them as well. Okay, and I'll worry about these when I'm not on stream. After that, I can't draw these either, but I'm gonna try. I'm not gonna worry about groin, because that's the same thing as the hips. Genitals. genitals. I think they'll have the word for a seam. And then genitals for men and women. Ugh. There we go. So we're not drawing those, once again. Can't. But after that, they discuss the booty hole. You hit alert so hard it broke my browser. Ah! And then after that, the webbing in their legs, tentacle webbing. And then the actual tentacle leg. And then the suction cups. And then I'm going to put male and female person up here. And I'll draw those later. So for male, they would probably do the head thing again, like the head pointing again, kind of like here. But to show it's a male, they'll probably... I kind of actually want to draw the eyes. I'll have their eyes do this. Like it's this swoopy thing with a little dot. And I feel like a second head, the head crest is like that. Alright, so males are probably issued by doing this. And then they emphasize the back of the head, like so. And then they draw the neck and the head. Hold on, let me do that again. So, head. Don't cyber kick me. Not the dragon punch. Not the nipple dipple. So yeah, they're probably mostly focusing on the head itself. No other features. And then if it's a female, they probably just do this. Or, hold on. What am I doing? I already have the words. Person. Person. Person male. Or maybe they'd even put it under him. Make it squished in. Person male. And they will put enough space in between the symbols for the word. So, like, if I want to say, men and women, like let's say I was talking about a get-together. Alright, so this is a male, this is a female. This is what this means. Person male, female, person female. So, it seems like the way I'm going about this, the adjective or the modifier goes after the word. So if I wanted to say men and women together, I would write this man And then I would have a crest of a guy, like this, next to him. And then if I want to say and, let's say they have a symbol of, like, togetherness or, like, saying included. And then I want to say, oh, this would be man. And let's say I want to say the word women, as in the multiple women. I will say there is one man, but there are many ladies. So woman, person, female, multiple of. This would be a word, this would be a word, and this would be a word. So I feel like that's how they would write it all down. Write it or think it. This is all visual for them. I even feel like they might have some sort of hierarchy of what gets modified. So like I said, if I want to say women, you would say person, female, multiple of. So this would be the word for women. It would never go like female, multiple, person. Like, to them, that would sound fucking weird. This would look really wonky. Don't do this, do this. So I feel like they might have some sort of rules on when certain word symbols show up in order. I feel like they have a hierarchy. So the subject itself would be there. So what is a woman? A person, a female person. How many are there? Multiple. They would break it down in that order. So I think we're starting to get out grammar. This is grammar. It's visual grammar, but it's grammar nonetheless. So now we know the word for whammon. It's right here. Whammon. Alright, so let us continue on my little excursion. Oh, right, I can't write words for these. For that. Leg webbing! I feel like they'd probably have legs right here, and then they just have a little squiggle. Actually, hold on. Hee hee. Thank you for the pet. Moo! Bo. Okay, so I feel like this would be what webbing looks like. These are the two legs, and this is the webbing in between. Leg tentacle! Just like the arm, it would be just a squiggly little thing, but I feel like they would add certain stuff to it to show that it is a leg instead of an arm. So we've got our little leg going on, but then I feel like they might do these little spiny spikes here to point out that that's where the suction cups are. Maybe they'll even do this. Maybe they'll add little circles. 3 little circles. I'll say they'll add 3 little circles, and those are the tentacles. Suction cups of the tentacles, specifically. So, same thing as the arm, because it bends like the arm, but it's different. It's got suction cups. Now, as for how to differentiate the suction cups, I feel like they do something like this. Like some little swirly to kind of like, this is what they look like. Let's see. Because the suction cups on a octopus look like this. But they would obviously stylize it. So they might do something like this. Where it looks kind of like a sun. Sticking out of something. Actually, everything seems to be reading this way. So let me do it that way. No, everything's reading this way. Hold up. I think I might have everything point this way. So this will go this way. Oh, but that looks weird. I'll leave it alone. It doesn't matter. So suction cups will be these little lines like this. And then it'll have a center line in the middle like that. And that is a suction cup. Stylized, but a suction cup. Left to right or right to left? Oh, I feel like they'd be going left to right. Because I've already started that kind of position. Everything seems to be flowing in the right direction. Which means I'm going to make my suction cups actually turn the other way. Especially since that seems to be how I draw my lines anyway. Whenever I curl this way. My lines, the top lines go up, the bottom lines go, or the right lines go down. These lines go this way, these lines go up. That seems to be like the general rule of thumb that I'm following. But it just depends. Okay, so I can't draw any of this shit on stream, but I can at least point it out. So we've got all of these, we've got the anatomy, we've got male and female. So I can close this out for now. Now let me go over my booklet real quick to make sure everything is on the up and up. We should be good. Alright, next page. Let's look at it. Lumen! Aw, Lumen's drawing it. Cute. Cute. Now remember, these will be subject to change a little or be tweaked here and there as I continue to write, because I might start coming up with rules that I want to do later. So this is all very fluid. Don't get too attached to the symbols. They are subject to be tweaked. I just closed chat. Goodbye, chat! Have a good lurk, Lumen. That's why they're in pencil. Mm-hmm. Also, that's why you can have multiple papers. I opened chat back up, don't worry. I got my chat back. Happy birth, Miss Lumen. Wait, is Lumen's birthday? Wait, what? Oh, it's soon. Not quite. Okay. I was like, wait. I missed it? No, it's not the actual birthday. I'll sing when it's your birthday. Alright, let me pull up more of the things that I need. I can close this out. I can also close this out. Okay. I have the next page of the book open, and we are talking about the face. Would there be the plural markings next to the suction cup symbol? No, I feel like they would consider suction cups just kind of like a thing. Kind of like how we say grass, and when we talk about grass, we're talking about like the whole fucking thing. You don't have a word for one grass. You have to specify a blade of grass. Hi, Sagi! I feel like they would be the same way with these suction cups. The word for suction cup doesn't... It's a collective noun, or is that what it's called, babe?
Yeah.
Collective noun. Yeah, whenever you use a word and it's just all one thing. Like if you say water. You can't say waters. If you say waters, it sounds a little... Grass? I don't touch that. Yeah, me either. We were talking about water. Yeah, a gra, if you will. But I feel like suction cups might be one of those nebulous words where they're like, yeah, we don't have one word for it. We just have, it is the suction cups. Now, maybe if they're talking about multiple legs of suction cups, maybe they'll do this. But other than that, they don't really need to. It's just implied that they're talking about all of them. Put an image of it in VC. Oh, have a look. Wait, about what? Hold on. Oh, right, your car game. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Alright, so now we're gonna cover the face. Also, Usagi, guess what? Come here. Come here. Close. Closer. Come here. Closer. Boop. Get booped. Alright, let's talk about face parts. So here they have kami, which is hair. Oh, this is kind of blurry. I'm gonna grab my book again, because the picture itself is a little blurry. I did not take the best pictures. How dare. Teehee. Okay. So yeah, it is kami, which is hair. Hifu, skin. Oh god. Okay, we're gonna come over here and we're going to do what I did last time, and I'm going to write out everything. So we already have a word for the head crest. What the heck? Save! Okay. I have saved it. Alright, and they also have a word for hair and skin. They don't have hair. They have tendrils. And they already have a word for that. Skin? Skin's a good word to have, I guess. Eyebrow? They don't have eyebrows. Eyelash? They kind of don't really have eyelashes either. Not super. Mimi, ear. They don't have ears, but they have ear holes. I'm sure they'll have a word for some sort of ear hole. Nose. They do have a nose. They also have eyes. They have 4 eyes. They have lips. Also, Usagi, since you're coming in, you might be a little confused. I'm doing World Building Wednesday, but we are making a writing system for the Squid people, as you can see. I have different symbols to mean different words and different things. And I'm using the help of something called a visual dictionary to get all this done. But these people do not have actual words for these symbols. So if they're talking about their head or their torso, for instance, or if this person wants to say women, like multiple ladies, they will think these symbols and it will show up in the minds of others. So that is how they talk. It is all telepathic, which means they did not evolve to speak. They don't have the processing to make a vocal language, because why the fuck would they? They didn't have vocals. So all of it is pictures. And that's what I'm doing right here. I'm making pictures for each of their words. And visually, I'm writing it all down first to go, okay, this was what they would have words for. So, after lips... Chin? Yeah, why not? They'll have a word for a chin. Why not? Let me actually look at the chin. Yeah, that's fine. Hitai? Forehead. No, just head crest. Komekami? The temple? No. I already have that. Cheek? Yeah, why not? Cheek. Nostril? I feel like nose and nostril for them is the same thing, because they don't really have a nose bridge. It's all just one big-ass head crest on top of their head. I wonder what they call ear holes for fish. They are fish! So, you know. And jaw. Yeah, why not? Let's put down jaw. Jaw. Okay, so wrinkle, freckle, pore, and dimple. They don't have pores. They do have freckles, but all of it is freckles. they have this outer skin, the lighter skin, and then this splotchy skin. So they might have words for that. But they wouldn't really call it freckles. And then we'll work on the hand. Okay. So we already have words for the head crest, because it's up here. Ow. Bleh. Yeah, the Banui Overlord. Pet her. They'll have a word for the actual face. I want them to have words for... They already have tendril as well, I believe. I put it up here. Head tendrils, yeah. They already have hair. So they will have a word for face, eyes, nose, mouth. Ear hole, jaw, and chin. And then their skin, technically. The light skin and then the freckle skin. So they have their underskin and their overskin, quote unquote. Hi, Taki, welcome in. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. They don't have knees or toes, knees or toes. I think they might call it upper and lower skin. So underskin would be the lighter color. Or I guess they would call it their colors, but they would say underskin and overskin. And if they want to say my overskin is beige, they would think of this picture and then think of the color. But to be fair, anyone who's looking at the person already knows. I just remembered a scene from Teletubbies where they had police and firemen lined up singing that song. Oh no. Head and shoulders, knees and toes. Alright, so they have words for all that shit. So their face, I believe, would be like a zoom in of what they have over here for the head. I feel like it would be like a more focused face. So like, they would probably have a better picture of it. So they'd probably have something like this. Like, it's just showing off the face. Eyes, obviously, I gotta do what... Oh, I know why everything's right-facing. I'm a lefty. But I gotta do it to him. I gotta make it look as fucking Oracle Bone as possible. Actually, I'm gonna do this. Because they have, like, triangular, like... slits for eyes, so this would be their picture for the eye. Because you know, right here, there it is. You know I gotta do it. I do gotta do it to him. Do it to it! And then, yeah, they would have a little triangle. The Slendy Tubbies. No. Nose, I feel like they just focus in on this little crest here, and then they just add a symbol. So the nose would probably look like this. And then it would just be a line. Mouth? It would just be a mouth. It would just be like an open little mouth. Fun fact, that's the Egyptian symbol for a mouth, and I believe the sound for that is rr. just working the background music. It's working. Okay, ear hole. I don't know how they would talk about that. Because it's not super important to them. I guess they could have a little hole and then have it surrounded by something, like these are the tentacles that it's in. Something like that. Jawline. See, now we're just splitting hairs. I don't know if they would have words for jaw or chin. I don't think they'd focus that on that yet. Alright, so underskin and overskin. I have no clue how the fuck they would say skin. Let me just stare at some symbols until something comes to mind. I don't think they need the word for it. I'm sitting here thinking about it. And I don't think they'd need the word for it. Because they can just flash the colors at you. It's not like they need to worry about it too much, so we're not going to. Bring this back in. And we will continue looking at my sheet here. So, like I said, wrinkles, freckles, we're not going to worry about all that. Hand. We already have a word for the actual hand. I just realized this is very big. Let's shrink this a little. There we go. They have an actual word for hand. It's already up there. But then they're talking about fingers. So if you're talking about the one finger, they also have a thumb. And they might have a symbol for right thumb and left thumb, and then they also have a word for claw, but it's up there. Because here we have ring finger, little finger, middle finger, wrist. They don't really have a word for wrist. Palm. They might have a word for palm. Once again, though, we're splitting hairs. They don't have a word for wrist. They wouldn't worry too much about palm. I feel like if they're talking about something, in their mind, they're thinking it, like, they think hand, but if they, like, raise it and tap their hand, like, on the actual inside of their palm, they're probably saying my actual palm. Or maybe they say inside of hand. Like, inner hand, in hand. That way we don't need to have a separate word for it. So for that, I think I'll do this. Palm. We're talking about our hand, so here's the symbol for hand. But if we want to say inside, how would we go about an inside symbol? I think I might do something like this. So here's a little box. And then we put another little box in there, and that means inside of something. And I feel like outside would be a half box and another box on top or something. Like this. I feel like this means outside, and this means inside. So, palm inside. Palm is hand inside. How would I describe finger? I don't know if they would differentiate finger and thumbs. Because they have two thumbs, they're already considering them all the same digit, so maybe they just have a word for finger. And it includes their thumbs too. And if they want to talk about a certain finger, they'll raise it and say, this one. Or, you know, whatever way. Because we don't need symbols for every single thing. These guys also have plenty of body language they can use. I just need to figure out how they would indicate finger. I actually might just use the Japanese symbol for hito. Finger. Alrighty, so finger and hand. Finger and palm, specifically, after talking about a hand. So we have face parts, we have hand parts. There's also ashi, which is foot, but they don't have feet. And we've already covered what they do with those. So after that, we can close out that sheet, that page. I didn't take any pictures of any other pages, but I can go to the next one and look it up. Look at it. So, oh. That's why I didn't take the picture. Okay, so the next page is muscles and skeletal structure. These guys, like I said, don't really have super anatomically correct language yet. They don't really think about their bodies this way. They know they have muscles. They probably have a word for muscle, maybe. And maybe a word for bone. But they don't have a word for each one. They might have a word for skull, because their skull is very different from the rest of them. But other than that, maybe spine. But other than that, nothing. They wouldn't really worry about anything else. And spine might cover their arms as well, because their arms are kind of spiny. It's made more of vertebrae than it is two large bones connected by elbow joints. Okay, after that, there's internal organs. And we can get into all that shit later. Reproductive organs. Oh boy, I can't do that on a stream. Family! I want to work on family, too. That'd be cute. Where they would, like, tell you who is what, like grandma, grandpa, all that stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think they'd worry too much about organs either. Well, not right away. We can worry about that later. I'm gonna write down organ over here so that I can have a word for it, at least, and I know what we'll be focusing on next. Console. Nope. Body systems. Oh, they might be focused on the body system. Possibly. They're probably going to break it down in a more, you know, general way, rather than be all pedantic about it like we do. Like, for instance, we have small intestines versus large intestines. They might not have that the way we do, so I'm gonna have to think about internal organs if I want to do this part of the book. I don't want to do that. We don't need all that stuff. Reproductive organs, we already have words for the outside, but I do also want to know the word for eggs and sperm. But other than that, they don't really have a word for it. They might have a word for womb. Like the actual inside, not just the genitals. But other than that, they might not have words for anything else. Much of it. And they'll definitely won't have words for condom, IUD, and pill. They have none of those. So, because that's in here, contraception. They don't have cervical caps or diaphragms or condoms. They don't have foreskin either. So, you know, all this stuff we don't have to worry about. Because they ain't got. They do have ovaries, but they don't... ovaries and testicles are basically in the same spot in their body, so they wouldn't consider those different. They would consider what comes out of the person different. Hey man, can I turn the page, please? There we go. After that, family. I'll worry about all this shit later. We ain't talking about all that stuff yet. I don't want to go into inner workings yet. Alright, family. Who here has played Bloodborne? I have. Me. So, I'm going to go kind of loosey-goosey here. It starts with Grandma and Grandpa up here, but I think I'm going to start with siblings first, because we're going to be following a family tree. I think I'm going to draw a little bit of a family tree here. Bloodborne! Bloodborne! That's Elden Ring. Family. That's Did I say Bloodborne? I meant Elden Ring. Alright, so we're going to start with the person. So this is going to be you. There you are. It's you. Right there. I'm just gonna write the word instead of putting you in a box. You. Except I lied. I'm gonna put you in a box. Stupid. Stay on your toes. Stay on your toes or you get locked in the box again. Alright, so, what has you is your mother and father. I'm gonna bring these up a little higher, actually, because I'm gonna be drawing symbols underneath them. Alright, mother and father get together. Could be two moms, two dads, but you know what I mean. This is like very nuclear, heteronormative writings right now. So, mother and father get together, and they have you. They also give you a brother and a sister. Aren't you lucky? You have siblings. Hold on, let me do this a little better. There we go. I'm trying to make sure the symbols can, like, go underneath the words without, like, taking up too much space. There we go. This could be space for a mom, this could be space for a dad. I think I'll follow the line of the mother. Let's move this way to right here. And there isn't really a symbol for you. Well, they do have symbols for pronouns, but, like, you know what I mean. I don't need a symbol for you. Not yet. We'll be covering that later. So, mom has a mother and father. And that's your grandma and grandpa. And because I'm not a cynical bastard, they loved each other very much. You know? This actually needs to go up by 1. Actually, you guys need to go down by 1. There we go. And then they also had 2 children. Let's say, just like your mother and father had a brother, a you, and a sister, these guys also had 2 children, or 3 children. They had your mother, your aunt, and your uncle. Isn't that crazy? Okay, so they had these 3 children, and your auntie is your mother. Oh, I just thought of something. I don't know if they would. Okay, what I was gonna consider is, hey, maybe they have certain words depending on if it comes from your mother or father. And I think they might, but I think they focus more on the mother's side more than they do the dad's side, because your mom is the one you're getting your head crest from. It's the house you live in, and if you're a female, you are going to stay in that house for your entire life unless you get kicked out for some reason, and it's up to you to bring honor to your house. Males, meanwhile, just get thrown to the next house over and say, go marry that one. You're with them now. So I feel like you would almost be detached, language-wise, from your father. See, the fun thing about language is that the farther you dig into it and come up with words for stuff, you actually start uncovering culture. Which is why this is very fun. I love language, and I love culture. But I love seeing culture through the language. Alrighty, so we're going to need a word for mom. Mom. We're gonna need a word for mother. Because that's where everything starts. I'm also gonna bring this line down to make it a little easier. There we go. I wanted a little more room. So, your mother is the one that birthed you, so that means we're not going to say female person who birthed you. That would be a little too nuts, but I do want to use one of these symbols. So, in order to say mother, you would probably say, bring honor to us all, yeah. You might have an actual symbol for her. Ooh, this is difficult. This is a thing. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna see how the Japanese write it, because I am looking at the kanji here and there to kind of like understand how they translate this. So, haha, or mother in Japanese. It can also be hahawe if you're being very pedantic. But you can also just say mama. The original symbol looks like a square with a few lines in it. And then grandmother, sobo, is a set of kanji and then that same square with little squiggles in it. So, and then sofu, aka grandfather, is the same as chichi, or father, or, you know, papa. Except it has that same symbol. So the way this goes in Japanese is you have the symbol for mom, like this. I think it's like this. It's like that, something like that. It's very small, so it's a little hard to see. Also, I don't have light. Actually, yes I do. I have a window. Oh, I can see. No, I got a window. Okay, so it's kind of like that. It's like this. And then Chichi is like this. That's father. But if we want to say grandmother and grandfather, we use these symbols. And then we put this in front. And this means the grand of, and then you put it in front of this for mother and this for father. So these guys are going to probably do something different, or similar. Different, shoot me. These guys are probably going to have a word for mom, so we're going to have to establish it as a female woman who is your mother. So I will probably have the head crest meaning female, but we might have a word for parent instead. So we have the word for person up here, and it looks like this. We have person, like this, and then we have the female symbol, like this. This is the head crest symbol. It's the vertical head crest symbol. Male would be the horizontal head crest symbol. I'm making this sloppier as I go, but that's fine. That's just how I write. So this means person. We can combine these with this to get male or female person. We can start setting up words that can combine with these in different ways. So how would we convert this to look like a parent? Let me go through some symbols here and do some contemplation. I could go stare at Chinese. Because the way these guys work for, like, Chinese and stuff, yes, the symbols are more to do with sounds, and the symbols developed differently than the language I'm working with. So I'm gonna have to consider stuff in a different way. I think what I'm gonna do is have the symbol for person be cradling something. I think I might have 2 arms holding something like this, and then they have their legs, and this means parent, because you're cradling what could be considered a baby. So this is the parent symbol, and if you want to say my mom, you say parent that is a lady, and if you want to say my dad, you go person who cares for me or cares for this thing, and it has this symbol next to him. So this is the dad and this is the mom. So mother would be, like I said, this symbol. Got our legs. Got our hands cradling. And then her head crest. For father, we would have the similar thing. We would have male, a parent who is male. And then we'd add those little head crest symbols. So this is a mother, this is a father. Parent female, parent male. In order to say brother, we might do something similar. We might have another character standing there and have that symbol again, just to say lady. In order to say grandmother, I wonder. They wouldn't have the same symbol as mother, because the grandmother didn't directly raise you. I have an idea. I feel like in order to say grandmother, we're discussing the house matron at this point. Because grandmother might just mean matron. Because your mother is the lady who's taking care. Well, they might actually have a different word for matron. I'm going to come over here and write down matron. Which the matron could very easily be your grandmother. But the matron, I believe, is this. Actually, I believe it would be a head crest symbol like this to show it as a woman, a female. It would have like a little hat thing on top, and then we'll have a head and 2 arms. I like the idea of this. This would be a symbol for a matron. She is the one in charge. She is the one you fucking listen to. This symbol is probably very commonly used for grandmother, but let's say your grandmother is a 2nd or 3rd daughter to the current matron who's still alive. Let's say your great-grandma is still kicking for some reason, but your grandmother isn't the matron. Or even better, let's say, you know, the matron passed away, and it's your aunt. It's your great aunt instead. Your grandmother didn't get the role because she was a 2nd or 3rd daughter. So we don't have to call her grand matron. We just call her, you know, grandma. If she is the matron, you would put this probably in front of the grandmother symbol. Or even, no, you would put it in front. They would want it in front. What would be a grandma symbol? Grandma and grandpa. Considering. Thinking. I'm gonna go stare at a few symbols until something comes to me. Because it doesn't hurt to look at pictures while you are contemplating. I actually have a few pictures pulled up on my screen right now, helping me to, like, think of pictures, basically. And how to, like, make them simpler. Although most of this doesn't help. Ooh, hold up. Oh, that's right. They have, child! I'm gonna do child. Brother, child. I'm gonna do the word child instead of you. They're saying you are my child. They do have a word for child. And it's like this. And I kind of like the symbol. I'll just give it 2 little arms sticking up, because it's a child. It's a little baby kid asking for attention. Ah! Little bit! What the heck? Ow. Fucking ow! Alright, what would I do for sister? Because I don't see the word for sister anywhere in here. Ren is a person, man, woman. I already have symbols for that. I'll worry about the word for husband and wife later. Because remember, looking at pictures will help. Studying what you're taking inspiration from will help. And back from laundry. Nice, welcome back. And packing. Nice, welcome back. I know how I'm gonna do grandmother. So, she is the one in charge of, like, multiple generations. So I'm thinking, in order to say grandmother, we do a sort of person symbol at first, and then underneath we have multiple lines like that to kind of, like, represent the multiple kids that she has had. So if we want to say grandma, we say person, sort of, with multiple children. And of course, because it's a lady, we draw the lady head crest symbol. And grandfather, he has also had lots of kids with a grandma. And he gets the male symbol. Marriage symbol plus man and or woman? I don't know. Probably. I might make these circles instead. Because they are okay with making circles. Because these are like the heads of their multiple children. To show that they are the ones who bring out the generations. Oh, my eyeball. Oh, that was weird. Alrighty. Brother and sister. How would I want to say that? Because if I do child and then this, I'm just saying a female child. I'm not saying actual brother. Wait, hold up. Yes? Let me cook up something. Okay. What are we cooking? What we doing? Marriage symbol? Mm-hmm. Well, they don't really have a word for marriage. They just are mates after, like, they both agree. I'm sure they have some sort of quote-unquote ceremony for stuff, but it's a lot more casual than humans do it. Oh, let it load. It's loading. Oh, you spoiled it. Oh, that's a... That's not the picture you were talking about. I mean as a general concept to help to get husband and wife. Ah, that's fair, yeah. You could just say marriage or mated male. Well, mated male. I'd have to break it down, but yeah, we can figure it out. Ah, I put my shoulder. Ugh. I'd have to figure out a symbol for a mateship. I was actually thinking some sort of shell exchange. I really like the idea of them going around land and finding really pretty shells to give to each other. So maybe it would be a shell for a marriage symbol. Alright, I'm gonna just start doodling here and contemplating what could be, aunts, uncles, brothers, and sisters. Oh, also let me check. Cousins! Your aunt and uncle have kids, don't they? You have cousins! Alright, so, I'm gonna pretend your aunt has just married someone. She hasn't married your uncle. That's your, marriage! Okay, so she's married someone. And that is now your cousin. Their kid is your cousin. It was real quick or rough, but that was what I had in mind. I see. Alright, let me grab my book back. Oop, I missed the page. But here we go. Okay, we got grandmother, grandfather, uncle, aunt, cousin, brother, sister, mom, dad, son and daughter. That's right. We have kids too. Alright. So we can have children. Let's say we ended up knocking boots with some hot... What? 1 hour! Oh shit, 1 hour! Okay, we can work on this later. We'll finish the family stuff at a later date. We have... Can the squids be trans? Yeah. They can be trans. It would be very difficult to show that, and get that euphoria, considering the dimorphism is very different. But yeah, they can be. Anything could be trans. But yeah, 1 hour. We have 1 hour. Y'all, it's almost Vandalt Day, and I am so excited. I'm going to be doing the Vandalt. Let's find someone to raid, shall we? Alright, I have my list pulled up, so I'm just gonna... I wanna go see a kitty! Who wants to go see a cat? Let's go see a cat. It looks like he's, Oh, he's doing Sea of Thieves. Nice! Who wants to go see a kitty cat? Go grab your messages. The first one is if you have emails. The second one is if you do not. And I will see you guys later. We will be worrying about this shit. Not tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. I might draw tomorrow. Who knows? But definitely next Wednesday. We will continue in on this little excursion and fix up, clean up anything. I'll give myself throughout the week to, like, just stop looking at it and then come back and be like, hey, this looked nice, or hey, this sucked ass. And yeah. Until then, goodbye!